In those quiet spaces between words, where silence lingers longer than it should, something begins to stir. It is in these moments where a kind word is withheld, where a hand that should have reached out instead recoils, that a seed is planted. This seed, sown by neglect and watered by cruelty, grows slowly, quietly, in the shadows. No, it is not born in a single violent stroke. It is a creeping thing. It winds its way through the cracks of a soul like ivy over stone. And with each passing day, it consumes what was once whole. The world, indifferent as it often is, turns its gaze elsewhere, leaving room for the darkness to thrive. And so it becomes easy, so easy to grow into the very thing they fear. Not because such a fate was ordained, but because the shadows were always there, waiting. Fed by the hands that refused to offer hope, by those who looked away when the soul cried out for salvation.
As the shadows deepen in the corners of the horizon, so too does our understanding of the darkness that shapes us. I am Reinhard Hendrickson, guardian of these tales. Tonight, as we unveil the fifth and final chapter of The Ghost in the Opera House, we delve into the heart of darkness itself. Join me as we explore the fine line between the haunted and the haunting. I welcome you back, once again, to Zariya Hollow. Now, I must admit, this next part of the story is going to get a little rough. And believe me, it is not for the faint of heart. Understand that you have been sufficiently warned. So, before we dive headfirst into the darkness, I think it is best that we take a little trip down here to my wine cellar. A vintage or two from the past can often ease the weight of what's to come. After all, the stories we tell are sometimes easier to swallow with a little liquid courage. But make no mistake, what lies ahead is not an easy path. Le Fantôme, Eric's story takes a darker turn now. We've seen his genius, his passion for music, his capacity for extreme emotions, his dreams that seem unattainable. And it is now that we confront the pain that shaped him, the cruelty that turned him into the figure of terror we know today. It's one thing to see the man behind the mask, but it's another to understand the scars that lie beneath and what caused them. Scars left by abuse, rejection, and a world that could never accept him. As we move forward, keep this in mind. Eric was not born a ghost. He became one, molded by the cruelties of those who should have cared for him. Perhaps that's why we need a little, spirit ourselves to hear it all. And now, it is time to go deeper. This story, like this old vintage, will leave a mark. But it is one we must face. We've come too far to turn back now. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Christine Daae had been spirited away in the midst of Faust's famous church scene, vanishing before the very eyes of the audience. Raoul, in a fit of desperation, ran to the Sûreté. And well, predictably, that yielded absolutely nothing. What a shock, I know. With options running thin and his nerves unraveling, Raoul found himself face to face with a mysterious stranger.
You know who I am. I am the Persian.
Raoul remembered that at one evening performance, his brother had pointed out the elusive character of whom nothing was known. However, it had once been said that he was Persian, and that he lived in a small old flat on the Rue de Rivoli. Why did the Persian, who never spoke a word to anyone, insist on talking to Raoul that night? Why did he mention Eric's name, and what did he know about him? Eric. That name alone was capable of stopping the young man in his tracks. The man with the mahogany complexion, jade eyes, and astrakhan cap, leaned over Raoul, his presence exuding an aura of mystery and danger.
I hope, Monsieur de Chagny, that you have not betrayed Eric's secret.
And why should I care if I betray that monster's secret, monsieur?
Raoul tried to get away from the unwelcome intruder, but the Persian's grip was firm and unyielding.
What? Is he your friend, then?
I hope you have not said anything about Eric, monsieur, because Eric's secret is also Christine Daae's. And to speak of one is to speak of the other.
Oh, monsieur, you seem to know a lot of things that interest me greatly. However, I do not have the time right now to listen to you.
Once again, I ask you, Monsieur de Chagny, where are you going so fast?
Can you not guess? To rescue Christine Daae.
Then you should stay here, monsieur, because Christine Daae is still here.
With Eric?
Shh. Yes, monsieur, with Eric.
And how exactly do you know that?
I too was at the performance, and there is no one else in the world other than Eric that could have engineered such an abduction. You heard his voice. No one can sing like that. And I recognized le toucher du maître du monstre, the unmistakable mark of his genius and terror combined.
You know him well, then?
The Persian did not answer, but Raoul heard him sigh.
Monsieur, I do not know what your intentions are, but can you help me? Can you help me to help Christine Daae?
So, Monsieur de Chagny, and that is why I have come to speak with you.
What can you do?
Try to lead you to her, and to him.
Monsieur, I have already tried in vain to undertake this task tonight. But if you do me this favor, my life is yours. One more thing, monsieur. The police commissioner, Monsieur Mifroid. Just informed me that Christine Daae was abducted by my brother, Comte Philippe.
And you believe him, Monsieur de Chagny? I do not believe it.
It is not possible, is it?
I do not know if it is possible. But there is a certain style to this abduction that Comte Philippe, as far as I know, lacks. He has no knowledge of le jeu de main.
Monsieur, let us hurry. I trust you completely. How can I not believe you when no one else believes me? You are the only one who doesn't laugh when I mention Eric's name.
Silence.
Persian had stopped to listen to the distant sounds of the theatre, and the slightest creaks in the walls and in the neighboring corridors.
Do not speak that name here again. Let us use he instead. It is less likely to attract their attention.
So you think he is close by?
Anything is possible, monsieur. That is, if he is not, at this very moment, with his victim, in his house by the lake.
Ah, you know of that house too, do you?
And if he is not in that house, he could be hidden within the walls, beneath the floor, or even above the ceiling. An eye peering through the keyhole, watching our every move, or an ear pressed against the beams, listening to every word we say.
Raoul shuddered involuntarily. The Persian begged him to muffle the sound of his footsteps and led Raoul down corridors the young man had never seen before, even when Christine was leading him through this labyrinth.
Provided that Darius has arrived.
Who? Is Darius?
Darius is my servant.
They were now in the center of a truly deserted place, a huge room dimly lit by a single flickering candle. The Persian stopped Raoul and softly, ever so softly that Raoul could hardly hear him, asked him,
What did you tell the commissioner?
I told him that Christine Daae's abductor was the Angel of Music, also known as the Phantom of the Opera, and that his real name was...
Shh.
And the Persian held his finger to his lips.
And did Monsieur Millefoy believe you?
No, he didn't.
He did not find anything you said of any importance?
None whatsoever.
He took you for a madman?
Yes.
All the better.
After going up and down several staircases, unknown to Raoul, the two men found themselves in front of a door that the Persian opened with a small skeleton key that he pulled from a pocket of his vest. The Persian, like Raoul, was dressed in a tailed coat. Only Raoul had a top hat, and the Persian had an astrakhan cap, as I have already pointed out. It was a violation of the code of elegance which governed the backstage to not don a top hat where it is required. It is also understood that in France, foreigners are allowed leave of such codes, the English with their traveling cap, the Persians with their astrakhan cap.
Monsieur, your top hat is going to get in the way of the expedition we are planning. You would do well to leave it in the dressing room.
Which dressing room?
Christine Daae's, of course.
And the Persian, after leading Raoul through the door he had just opened, pointed out the actress's dressing room, opposite them. Raoul had no idea that you could get to Christine's room by any other route than the one he ordinarily took. He was now at the end of the corridor of the path which he was accustomed to walking the whole way before knocking on the door of the dressing room.
Monsieur, you know the opera quite well.
Not as well as he does.
And he pushed the young man into Christine's dressing room. The room was just as Raoul had left it a few moments before. After closing the door, the Persian walked towards the very thin panel which separated the dressing room from a vast storage room next to it. He listened, and then coughed loudly. Immediately, there was the sound of someone stirring in the storage room, and a few seconds later, there was a knock at the dressing room door.
Entrez.
A shorter man with brown skin entered the room, also wearing an astrakhan cap and a long traditional houppelande. He bowed and pulled from under his coat an ornately carved box. He placed it on the dressing table, looked down at it, sighed, bowed again, and headed to the door.
Darius, no one saw you come in.
No, master.
Let no one see you leave.
Darius cautiously glanced down the corridor and promptly disappeared.
Monsieur, I just thought of something. Someone could easily catch us in here, and that would, of course, hinder us. It will not be long before the commissioner comes to search this dressing room.
Oh, bah. It is not the commissioner that we should fear.
The Persian opened the box. Inside was a pair of long pistols, magnificently adorned and designed.
Immediately after Christine Daae's abduction, I sent word to my servant to bring me these pistols, monsieur. I have had them for a long time. There are none more reliable.
Do you intend to fight a duel, monsieur?
That is correct. We are indeed heading towards a duel, monsieur.
The Persian examined the primers of his pistols.
And what a duel it will be.
At this point, he handed Raoul a pistol and continued.
It will be 2 against 1 in this duel. But be prepared for anything, monsieur, for I will not withhold from you that we are going to be going up against the most terrible adversary imaginable. But you love Christine Daae, do you not?
Yes, of course I love her, monsieur. But you, who does not even know Christine or love her, will you explain to me why you seem so ready to risk your life for her? You must certainly hate
No,
Eric.
monsieur, I do not hate him. If I hated him, he would have long ago ceased causing harm to anyone.
Has he harmed you?
I forgave him long ago for the harm that he caused me.
It is quite extraordinary the way you speak of this man. You treat him as though he is a monster, you speak of his crimes, he has even done you harm, and yet I find in you the very same incomprehensible pity that Christine had that drove me to despair.
The Persian did not respond. He went and fetched a stool and set it down against the wall adjacent to the large mirror that took up the entire wall. Then he climbed onto the stool and, with his cheek and nose pressed against the wallpaper, he seemed to be looking for something.
Well, monsieur, I'm waiting for you. Come on then, let us go.
And where do you wish to go?
The Persian asked without turning his head away from the wall.
Why, to go down to where the monster lives and confront him, of course. Did you not tell me that you had the means to do so? Let us go down there then.
That is what I'm doing. I'm looking for it.
He muttered to himself, and the Persian, nose still pressed to the wall, kept looking all along it for something. Suddenly, after a long moment,
Here it is.
And his finger, above his head, pressed on a corner of the pattern of the wallpaper. Then he turned and jumped down from the stool.
Poof! In half a minute we will be on his road.
And after crossing the dressing room, he went to inspect the great mirror.
No, it is not moving yet.
Oh, we are going to go through the mirror, like Christine did.
Oh, good. So you already knew that Christine Daae went out of her dressing room through this mirror?
I saw it happen right in front of me, monsieur. I was hidden behind the curtain in the bathroom, and I saw her disappear, not through the mirror, but it looked like she had melted into the mirror itself.
And then what did you do?
I believed, monsieur, that it must have been an aberration of my senses, a state of madness, or a dream of sorts.
Or a new whim of Le Fantôme, eh? Ah, Monsieur de Chany, I wish to heaven that we were dealing with a ghost. We could leave our pair of pistols behind us. Now please, put your hat down. There, and close your dress coat as much as you can over the front of your white shirt. Like I am. Lower the lapels of your shirt, and raise the collar of your coat. We must make ourselves as invisible as possible.
After a short silence, bearing down on the mirror's glass, he added,
The release of the counterweight when operating the spring inside the dressing room is a little slow to respond. This is not the case when you are behind the wall and can operate the counterweight directly. Then the mirror rotates instantaneously and is moved out of the way with incredible speed.
What counterweight?
Come now. It's the counterweight that makes this whole wall rise on its pivot. Did you really think it moved by itself? Do you still think it was done by magic?
And the Persian, with one hand, brought Raoul closer to him. His other hand, the hand that held the gun, was pressed against the mirror.
And it will rotate. counterweight on its pivot. It weighs no more than a top, spinning on its tip.
It is not turning.
Well, wait a minute. You have plenty of time to get impatient, monsieur. The mechanism obviously is rusty. Or the spring no longer works.
The Persian's brow furrowed as a concerned look crossed his face.
But then, it could be something else.
What is it, monsieur?
Perhaps he simply cut the rope to the counterweight, immobilizing the whole system.
Why? Did he know that we were going to go down this way?
Might have suspected it. Because he would not have overlooked the fact that I know the system.
Did he show it to you?
No. I secretly watched him operate it from behind him, and after her mysterious disappearance, I searched, and I found it. Oh, it is quite a simple system of secret doors. The idea of the mechanism is as old as the sacred palaces of Thebes, with its 100 gates, or like the throne room of Hagumatani, Ekbatani in your language, like the room of the tripod in Delphi, like...
It is not turning, monsieur. And Christine!
We
Christine!
will do everything humanly possible, but he can stop us at our first step.
So he is the master of these walls.
He commands the walls, the doors, and the trapdoors. In my home country, Mazanderen, he was called Amateur de Trappe. He was the master of the trapdoors, or Estad der Hayi Makhfi.
Christine spoke of him in the same mysterious way you do, granting him the same formidable power. But it all seems so extraordinary to me. Why do these walls obey him and no one else? He didn't build them.
But Monsieur le Vicomte, that's exactly what he did.
What?
And as Raoul stared at him dumbfounded, the Persian gestured to him to be silent. Then he gestured to the mirror. Its reflection began trembling. Their double image became blurred as in a shivering wave, and then everything became still again.
You can clearly see, monsieur, that it will not turn. Let us go another way.
Tonight. There is no other way. And now, look out, and be ready to shoot.
The Persian raised his pistol and aimed at the mirror. Raoul copied his exact movements. The Persian pulled the young man close to him with his free arm, and suddenly the glass turned in dazzling, blinding reflections of light. It rotated, like one of those revolving doors with compartments that are now at the entrance to public buildings. It turned, sweeping up both Raoul and the Persian in its unstoppable movement, throwing them abruptly from bright light into the deepest darkness.
Your hand up, ready to shoot, monsieur.
Raoul's companion hastily repeated the instruction. The wall continued its complete rotation and closed again behind them. The two men holding their breath remained motionless for a few moments. In the darkness, silence reigned so completely that nothing could disturb it. Finally, the Persian decided to move, and Raoul could hear him sliding on his knees, groping with his hands for something in the darkness. Suddenly, in front of the young man, the darkness was gently illuminated by the flame of a small dark lantern, which had a glass lens in the front, where the light could be darkened without extinguishing the flame, making it easier to hide in the darkness of the cellars at a moment's notice. Raoul instinctively recoiled from the light as if escaping the investigation of a secret enemy. He at once realized that the lantern belonged to the Persian, whose every movement he followed. Meticulously, the little red flame disk glided across the walls, up, down, and all around them. These walls were built to the right of the main wall. On the left were plank partitions. Above and below were floors and scaffolding of the same. Raoul thought to himself,
Christine must have passed through here on the day she followed the Angel of Music's voice. This must have been Eric's usual route when his voice came through the walls to deceive Christine's good faith and beguile her innocence.
and Raoul, remembering what the Persian had said, thought that this path had been mysteriously built by Le Fantôme himself. However, Raoul was to learn later that Eric had found a secret corridor there, already built for him, the existence of which he alone had been aware of for a long time. This corridor had been constructed during the Paris Commune and the Fédéré takeover, radical socialist revolutionary group that seized power over the government and ruled Paris for 3 months, from March to May 1871. The Paris Opera House's construction halted during this time, and the opera was used by the Commune for storing barrels of gunpowder, food supplies, provisions, ammunition, hay for horses, a makeshift hospital, military headquarters, and a jail. They would bring the supplies in through the gates on the Rue Scribe side, down into the cellars. The National Guard gained control over the building on May 23, 1871, and construction work finally continued on the Opera House. However, many of the supplies and secret passages used by the Commune were left behind and forgotten about. The passage that Eric had found once allowed jailers to lead their prisoners directly to the dungeons that had been built in the cellars. Because the Fédérés had occupied the building immediately after March 18th, they made the roof a takeoff point for the Montgolfier hot air balloons that were to carry their inflammatory propaganda to the rest of the country and a state prison in the bowels. The Persian dropped to his knees and placed the lantern on the ground. He seemed to be quickly working at something on the floor, and suddenly he turned the shutter to make the lantern go dark. Then Raoul heard a faint clicking sound and saw on the floor of the corridor a very pale square of light. It was as if a window had just opened onto the still-lit opera cellars. Raoul could no longer see the Persian, but he suddenly felt him next to him and could hear him breathing.
Follow me and do exactly as I do.
Raoul was directed towards the illuminated opening. Then he saw the Persian with his pistol between his teeth, still kneeling, start to hang by his hands from the opening, before sliding down into the underworld below. Strangely, the Vicomte had complete confidence in the Persian. Although he knew almost nothing about him, and most of what he said would have only added to the uncertainty of this journey, yet he had no hesitation in believing him in this decisive hour, that the Persian was on his side and against Eric. His emotion seemed sincere when he had spoken of the monster. The interest he had shown in him did not seem suspicious. Lastly, if the Persian had harbored some sinister plot against Raoul, he wouldn't have armed him with his own pistol. And besides, to be honest, was it not necessary to locate and rescue Christine, whatever the cost? Raoul had no choice in the method of how. If he hesitated or doubted the Persian's intentions, the young man would have considered himself a complete and utter coward. Raoul, in his turn, knelt down and hung onto the trapdoor with both hands. He told himself to let go, and he fell into the arms of the Persian, who immediately instructed him to lay flat on his stomach. The Persian then closed the trapdoor above their heads. Raoul was not able to see how he accomplished this, and then he also lay down on the floor, next to the Vicomte. Raoul wanted to ask him a question, but the Persian covered his mouth with his hand, when suddenly Raoul heard a voice which he recognized as being the police commissioners who had just interrogated him.
Over here. I think I found something.
Raoul and the Persian were now located behind a wooden partition which concealed them completely. Nearby, a narrow staircase led up to a small room, in which the commissioner must have been walking around asking questions, for the sound of his footsteps could be heard along with his
Never
voice.
mind. It was just a sandbag.
There was a dull light that surrounded everything around them, but when they left this thick darkness that reigned in the secret corridor above them, Raoul no longer had any difficulty distinguishing the shape of the things, and he could not hold back a muffled cry, because he could see that there were 3 bodies laying there. The first was lying on the narrow landing of a small staircase that went up to the door behind which the commissioner could be heard talking. The other 2 had rolled to the bottom of this staircase, their arms crossed over their chest. If Raoul passed his hand between the partition, which hid him, Raoul could have touched the hand of one of these unfortunate men if he had put his fingers through the hidden partition.
Silence.
He too had seen the bodies lying there and uttered one word to explain it all.
It's him.
The voice of the commissioner could be heard more loudly,
I demand someone explain this lighting system to me.
which the stage manager gave him.
Well, you see, Monsieur Commissioner, the jeu d'orgue is connected to every gas light for the stage by cables and can be controlled and dimmed at will. It consists of several hundred gas valves and pipes, and can be used for all kinds of lighting
The
effects.
commissioner must have been in the jeu d'orgue, or the light boardroom, which controlled all the gas lights in the theater. At that time, electricity was only used for certain stage effects due to its limitations, and for ringing the bells to establish communication between various administrative services, such as the managing director's office and the offices of department heads. It also connected the stage manager and director's offices. This system allowed the stage managers to alert the different artists' dressing rooms and assist with the curtain services. The immense building and the stage were still lit with gas, and the lighting of a set was controlled and modulated using hydrogen gas and a special device known as the jeu d'orgue because of its many pipes. However, this organ did not play music. A small area next to the prompter's box was reserved for the head lighting technician who, from there, gave orders to his employees and supervised their execution. It was in this area that Mauclair stood during all the performances, but Mauclair was not in his place, and neither were his employees. The stage manager. The stage manager's voice echoed in the cellars like a drum, but Mauclair did not answer. I have already mentioned that a door opened onto a small staircase leading up from the second floor. The commissioner pushed on the door to open it, but it would not budge.
Here. You see, Monsieur Stage Manager, I cannot open this door. Is it always this difficult?
The stage manager, with a vigorous shove from his shoulder, pushed the door open. He became aware that he was pushing a human body at the same time and could not hold back a gasp. For this body, he recognized immediately.
Mauclair!
All the people who had followed behind the commissioner on this trip to the light board room rushed forward, worried.
The poor wretch! He is dead.
But Commissaire Mifroid, who was never surprised by anything, was already bent over the large body.
No, he is dead drunk. It is not the same thing.
He is not a drinker.
Well then, Isabel. He was given a narcotic.
Mifroid then stood up, walked down a few more steps, and shouted, holding his lantern out.
Come look!
In the glow of the small red lantern at the bottom of the stairs, 2 more bodies lay. The stage manager recognized Mauclair's assistants, and Mifroid went down the stairs to examine them.
They are sound, asleep. A very curious affair. I can no longer doubt the involvement of some unknown person in the lighting department. And this unknown person, who was obviously working for the abductor. But what a strange idea to abduct a performer. Seems a rather difficult feat to pull off that, or I don't know anything about it. Curious. A very curious affair.
Then he turned towards the back of the small room, addressing people that neither Raoul nor the Persian could see, from the place where they were concealed.
And what do you say to all this? You are the only ones who have not given your opinion. Surely you must, after all this, have some thoughts.
Then from above the landing, Raoul and the Persian saw the frightened figures of the 2 managing directors step forward, and they heard the voice of Moncharmont seized with emotion.
Here, Monsieur Commissaire thinks that we cannot explain.
And the 2 figures disappeared.
Thank you for the information, gentlemen.
But the stage manager, whose chin was now resting in the palm of his right hand, which was a sign he was in deep thought, suddenly said,
This is not the first time Mauclair has fallen asleep in the theatre. I remember finding him one evening, snoring in his little room next to his snuff box.
Was this a long time ago?
Commissaire Mifroid asked as he wiped the lenses of his lorgnon spectacles with meticulous care. You see, the commissioner was nearsighted.
No, it was not long ago. Wait a moment. Mon Dieu. It was the evening. My word, yes. It was the evening, as you know well, Monsieur Commissioner, that La Carlotta gave her famous croak.
Really?
And Monsieur Mifroid, after putting the now completely transparent lorgnon back on his nose, he stared intently at the stage manager, as if he wanted to penetrate his thoughts.
Mauclair takes snuff, then?
That is correct, Monsieur Commissioner. Look here. On this small shelf is his snuff box. Oh, he is a great connoisseur.
And so am I.
And with that, he put the snuff box in his pocket. Raoul and the Persian, still in their spots, watched, without anyone suspecting their presence, as the three bodies were removed by stagehands. The commissioner followed them and everyone behind him went back up. For a few moments their footsteps could be heard echoing on the stage above. When they were once again alone, the Persian gestured to Raoul to stand up. He obeyed, but he had not put his hand back up in front of his eyes, ready to shoot, as the Persian did not fail to do. He advised Raoul to once again take up this hand position, and to not fail to do so in the future, no matter what happened.
But it needlessly tires the hand out, and if I need to shoot, I will not be sure of my aim anymore.
Change your pistol hand then.
The Persian then replied with this bizarre statement, which was obviously not meant to clarify the situation in the young man's distraught mind.
It is not a question of shooting with your left or right hand. It is a question of having one of your hands positioned as if it were going to pull the trigger of a pistol, with your arm being half bent. As for the pistol itself, you can put it in your pocket if you wish.
And he then added,
Let this be heard and understood, for I cannot answer for the consequences. It is a matter of life and death. Now, silence and follow me.
They were now on the second level under the opera. Raoul could only glimpse by the light of a few motionless flames, scattered here and there in their glass prisons, a tiny part of this extravagant abyss, sublime and childlike, amusing as a toy puppet theater, frightening as a bottomless pit that is the underside of the stage of the opera. There are 5 levels below the stage, and the levels under the stage are formidable. Each level replicates the planes of the stage. From the bottom of the 5th level underground to the stage was approximately 67 feet. The underside of the stage was built to accommodate scenery 50 feet tall to be able to disappear into its underbelly hole without having to be taken apart. The stage is fitted with many traps, which allow Mephistopheles to ascend to earth from hell, and large traps called trapillons, which allow trusses fitted with flats to be lifted to the stage from underneath. Each level rests on transversal frames, resting on cast iron supports, which also support the traps and trapillons, all mirroring each level above. They form a series of trusses that allow an easy path for the stage effect known as the glories. From the opera Germanicus sur le Rhin by Giovanni Legrenzi, a beautifully constructed hanging set of concentric circles, fixed with chairs, where the glories would sit as they descended from the flies, for the effect of them descending from heaven, and other combinations of stage tricks. The underground is also full of winches, drums, and counterweights that all work to operate the large set changes in plain view of the audience, or for a sudden disappearance of a character of enchantment. It is all done from the underside of the stage, as mentioned by XYZ, who wrote an intriguing study to the Garnier's building. It is under the stage that one transforms the old man into a handsome knight on a horse, ugly witches into youthful radiant fairies. Satan comes from under the stage, just as he sinks back down into it. Hell's light escapes from it, and the choirs of demons take place there. And phantoms walk around down there as if they were at home. Raoul followed the Persian, obeying his advice to the letter, making no attempt to understand the movements he was instructing him to make, telling himself that he had no other hope but him. What would he have done without his companion in this frightening labyrinth? Would he not have hesitated at every step by the unnatural crisscrossing of beams and ropes? Would he not have been caught, unable to disentangle himself in this gigantic spider's web? And even if he had been able to pass through this network of endless cables and counterweights, he would run the risk of falling into one of these pits, which could open instantly under his feet, whose never-ending depths of darkness were invisible to the eye. They kept going down, and then they went down again. Now, they were in the 3rd level under the stage. Their path was always illuminated by some distant candle flame. The further they descended, the more cautious the Persian seemed to be. He kept turning to Raoul and urging him to keep holding his hand up properly, showing him how he was holding his own hand, now disarmed, but still ready to fire as if he still had a pistol in it. Suddenly, a resounding voice stopped them in their tracks.
All the door shutters
Someone
on the
above them
stage!
was shouting.
The police commissioner is requesting to speak with them.
Footsteps were heard, and shadows slipped between shadows. The Persian had pulled Raoul behind a flat. They saw old men bent by age and the ancient burden of moving opera scenery pass by them and above them. Some could hardly drag themselves along. Others, out of habit, bent forward with their hands in front of them, looking for doors to shut. For they were the ancient, exhausted former stagehands whom a charitable management had taken pity on. They made them the door shutters in the lower and upper levels. They were always coming and going from the top to the bottom of the stage to close the doors. They called them the draft chasers. For you see, drafts, whether cold or hot, are very bad for the voice. The Persian and Raoul were partly pleased with this event, which rid them of troublesome witnesses, because some of the door shutters, having nothing more to do and sometimes hardly having a home to go to, stayed at the opera either by laziness or by necessity, where they spent the night. One could bump into them, wake them up, and be asked for explanations as to why they were there. Monsieur Mifroid's investigation temporarily protected our two companions from these inconvenient and unwelcome encounters, but this did not last long, for other shadows now were coming down the same path by which the door shutters had gone up, except these shadows each had a small lantern that they carried in front of them, which they waved about loudly up and down, examining everything around them, obviously looking for something or someone.
Damn it. I am not exactly sure what they are searching for, but they might find us. Let us flee. Quickly. Your hand up. Keep on guard, monsieur. Always be ready to shoot. Bend your arm more there. Your hand at eye level, as if you were fighting a duel and waiting for the command to fire. Leave your pistol in your pocket. Quick, let's go downstairs.
And he dragged Raoul down to the 4th level under the stage.
Your hand, monsieur, at the level of your eyes. It is a matter of life and death. There, over there. That staircase.
They reached the 5th level under the stage.
What a duel, monsieur. What a duel.
The cellars surrounded them. He breathed out a sigh of relief. He seemed a little more secure than he had previously when they both had stopped in the 3rd level, but he was still holding his hand up as if to shoot. Raoul had a few minutes to wonder about this action, but he did not say anything about it. In truth, this was not the time. Yes, Raoul remained silent at this extraordinary approach to self-defense, which consisted of him keeping his pistol in his pocket, while his hand remained ready to use as if the pistol was still in his hand, always at eye level, as if in a duel. The act of dueling, once considered an acceptable and honorable way of resolving disputes between two adversaries. However, in 1626, Louis XIII outlawed dueling, but despite numerous efforts to stop them, duels were still practiced. They weren't always fought to the death, and the punishment for killing someone in a duel was death. In the 17th century, dueling became a right of the nobility and the bourgeoisie. By 1879, Comte de Verger de Saint-Thomas had written a dueling code called Nouveau Code du Duel. A duel typically commenced when one party felt their honor had been besmirched. The offended party would issue a challenge, and if accepted, the details would be meticulously planned. The rules were set ahead of time and had to be respected. The duelers would meet at a predetermined location, often at dawn, to avoid legal consequences. Each participant in a duel was required to have a witness called a second. These seconds would ensure that the duel was conducted fairly and would often negotiate terms to avoid bloodshed. At the chosen location, each dueler would stand an agreed-upon distance apart, often measured in paces. They would then raise their hand to the level of their eyes, holding their weapon steady, and wait for the command to fire. It was a test of nerves, skill, and honor. Years ago in Russia, surrounded by vibrant stalls and the hum of traders, Eric approached the Persian with a purposeful stride.
You'll need these. How did you know? Shh. Darius told me. These are remarkable.
Don't you worry.
Merci beaucoup.
These will serve you well. Remember this, Daroga. There are none more reliable than these pistols. You have Eric's guarantee. Don't forget, keep your hand at the level of your eyes.
Oh, and don't blink. You might miss.
The day of the duel arrived. The Persian stood on a deserted stretch of land outside the city, his opponent across from him. The seconds were in place, ensuring the duel followed the established code. The tension was palpable, a silence filled with the weight of impending violence. The Persian raised his pistol to the level of his eyes, his hands steady and his mind clear.
Aim. Fire.
He squeezed the trigger, the shot ringing out in the stillness. His opponent fell, the duel over almost as soon as it had begun. The Persian approached the fallen man, the gravity of what had transpired settling over him. He knew the rules, knew the consequences, but also knew that he had fought with honor. Eric's pistols had not failed him.
I told you, there are none more reliable than these pistols.
Why does he need reliable pistols when he finds them useless to use?
But the Persian stopped his vague attempts at contemplation, signaling for him to hold his position. He went up a few steps on the staircase they had just left. Then he quickly returned back to where Raoul was.
Oh, we are stupid. We will be rid of the shadows with lanterns shortly. It is merely the firemen making their rounds.
Both men remained on the defensive for at least 5 minutes longer. Then the Persian once again led Raoul towards the staircase they had just descended. But suddenly, the Persian ordered Raoul to remain still again. Before them, the darkness was moving.
Get down on the ground.
The two men lay down on the ground, just in time to see a shadow within the shadows, passing by them. A shade that carried no lantern. It passed by and brushed against them. They felt on their faces the rush of air as the shadow's cloak brushed by. For they could just distinguish enough to see that the shadow had a cloak that enveloped it from head to toe, and on its head a black felt hat. It walked away, skimming the walls with its foot, and sometimes kicking the corner of the walls.
Is it someone from the theater police?
It is someone much worse.
And he gave no further explanation. The Persian waited a moment and then breathed a sigh of relief.
We had a narrow escape. This shadow knows me and has already brought me back twice to the managing director's office.
Was it him?
Him? I do not think so. You can always see his golden eyes in the darkness. That is if he does not come from behind. That gives us a bit of an advantage in this darkness. But he may come from behind, stealthily like a wolf, and we are dead men if we do not keep our hands up, as if we were going to shoot.
The Persian had not yet finished the end of his sentence when, in front of the two men, appeared another fantastic figure. But this figure, the entire face, not just two eyes were golden. The whole face was illuminated. It had a head of fire. Yes, a head of fire that came towards them at the height of a man, but it did not have a body. It appeared in the darkness like a flame, in the form of a man's face.
The fire lieutenant was not crazy after all. He had seen it himself. What is this flame? It is not him, but maybe it was he who sent it to us. Be careful. Pay attention. Your hand at the level of your eye, in heaven's name. Keep your hand at eye level.
The fiery figure, which looked like some creature from hell, a demon on fire, was still advancing at man's height, and without a body, towards the two startled men.
It is possible he sent that figure to us, from the front, to surprise us from behind, or from the sides. You never know with him. I know a lot of his tricks, but this one, I do not know. Let us flee, out of caution. Right, out of caution, hand at eye level.
And they both ran off down the long underground corridor that opened before them. After a few moments of running down this path, which seemed like long minutes to them, they stopped.
And yet, he seldom comes this way. This side does not concern him. This side does not lead to the lake, nor to the house on the lake. But perhaps he knows that we are after him, although I had promised to leave him alone and to not meddle with his affairs anymore.
As he said this, he turned his head, and Raoul also turned his head, for they saw the head of fire again, but this time behind them. It had followed them. It must have been running too, and perhaps faster than they were, for it seemed to have gained ground on them. At the same time, they began to perceive a particular noise, the origin of which they could not identify. They could only recognize that this noise seemed to be moving closer and closer to the figure with the head of fire. It was a screeching noise, as if thousands of fingernails had scratched against a blackboard, a frighteningly unbearable sound that is still sometimes produced by a small stone inside the chalk stick that, when it makes contact with the blackboard, makes a screeching noise. They retreated again, but the figure, with the head of fire, kept advancing toward them, gaining on them. Its features were clearly visible now. The eyes were all round and fixed, the nose a little crooked, the mouth large with a semicircular hanging lower lip, much like the eyes, nose, and mouth of the moon when the moon is red, the color of blood. How did this red moon glide in the darkness, at a man's height without a body to support it? At least, it seemed that way. And how was it advancing on them so quickly straight ahead, with its eyes fixed, so fixed, and all that squeaking, scratching, screeching that was creeping along with it? Where was it coming from? After a while, the Persian and Raoul could no longer retreat any further, and they flattened themselves against the wall, not knowing what was going to happen to them because of this incomprehensible figure of fire, especially now, because the noise was growing more intense, swarming, living and growing in number. They were certain that this noise must have been comprised of hundreds of tinny noises that stirred in the darkness. Under the figure of flame, the head of fire kept advancing, at the height of a man. There it was, with that horrid noise, and the two flattened themselves against the wall. They felt the hair on their heads stand on end because they now understood where the thousands of noises were coming from. They came in hordes of undulating shadows, comprised of countless smaller rushing waves, faster than the waves that rushed towards the sand with the rising tide. And these small waves passed through their legs, and went up their legs, relentlessly. Raoul and the Persian could no longer hold back their cries of horror, and could no longer continue to hold their hands at eye level, for their hands instinctively went to their legs, to push away the little gleaming rolling waves, full of sharp points, waves that were full of paws, nails, claws, and teeth. Yes, Raoul and the Persian were ready to faint, like Papin the fire lieutenant did. But the head of fire turned towards them when they screamed, and it spoke.
Don't move, don't move! Above all, don't follow me. I am the rat killer. Let me pass by with my rats.
You see, at the time, the underground of Paris was infested with rats. It made it very difficult for the maintenance men, who needed to have access to the cellars. All previous attempts by the opera management failed to flush the rodents from the bowels of its underbelly. They had to call in professionals. The rat killers originally came from England. There they were called rat catchers, for they would capture the rats alive and take them back to England, where they would fight them against ratter hounds, quite a popular sport for them. These rat catchers taught some Frenchmen their skills. Rat fighting did not become a popular pastime in Paris till the turn of the century, and rats were known for being dirty and carrying diseases, so they would just end up drowning or poisoning the rats. For this reason, they are called the rat killers. not catchers. A former director of the opera told me that the underground's immense damage was caused by the rats ravaging it, until the day when the administration made a deal for a rather high price with an individual who made a point of suppressing the plague by coming to visit the cellars every 2 weeks. Since then, there were no more rats at the opera, only those who are admitted to the dance foyer. This director also thought that this man had discovered a scent that intoxicated them enough that they could be easily drowned. And suddenly, the head of fire disappeared, vanishing into the darkness, while in front of them, the corridor, in the distance, lit up, the mere result of a maneuver the rat killer had just done with his dark lantern. Earlier, so as not to frighten the rats in front of him, he had turned his dark lantern on himself, illuminating his own head. And now, to hasten his escape, he lit up the black space in front of him. Then he bounded off, taking with him the torrents of rats with their deafening noises. The Persian and Raoul, now free from the rats, could finally breathe, although they were still trembling.
I should have remembered that Eric had told me about the rat killer, but he neglected to tell me that he looked like that, and it is strange that I have never met him before. I thought that it was another one of the monster's tricks, but no, he never comes to this side.
How far are we from the lake, monsieur? When will we get there? When will we get there? Let us go to the lake. When we get to the lake, we will call out, we will bang on the walls, we will yell until Christine hears us, and he will also hear us. And since you know him, we will speak to him.
Child, we will never enter the house on the lake by the way of the lake.
What? Why is that?
Because that is where he built up all his defenses. I was never able to get to the other shore. The shore on which the house sits. You have to cross the lake first. And it is well guarded. I fear that more than one of those ancient stagehands or old door shutters, who have never been seen again, for simply trying to cross the lake. It is terrible. I almost died there myself, if the monster had not recognized me in time. One piece of advice, monsieur. Never go near the lake. And above all, cover your ears if you should ever hear a voice singing under the water. The voice of the siren.
But then, what are we doing here? If you can do anything for Christine, let me at least die for her.
The Persian tried to calm the young man.
There is only one way to save Christine Day, believe me, and that is to get into the house without the monster noticing.
Can this be achieved, monsieur?
Hey, if I did not have that hope, I would not have come looking for you.
And how can we get into this house on the lake without going across the lake?
Through the third cellar, from which we were so unfortunately driven from, monsieur, and where we are going to return at once. I will tell you, monsieur, the exact place. It is between a farmhouse set and an abandoned backdrop from Roi de Lahore, the exact place where Joseph Bouquet was found dead.
That chief scene shifter who was found hanged?
Yes, monsieur, and no one has been able to find the rope. Come on, have courage, and let us get going. And put your hand back up at your eye level. Be on guard. But where are we?
The Persian had to light his dark lantern again. He then directed the beam of light onto two vast corridors which crossed each other at right angles, and whose vaults were lost into infinity.
We must be in the area reserved specifically for the water service. I do not see any fire coming from furnaces.
He walked out ahead of Raoul, searching for the right way, stopping abruptly when he feared crossing the path of a hydraulic engineer. Then they had to watch out for the glow of some kind of underground forge that was being extinguished for the evening. And there, in front of which, Raoul recognized the demons Christine had seen during her first journey down on the day of her captivity. In this manner, they made their way ever so slowly, until once again they reached the extraordinary underside of the stage. They must have been at the very bottom of the water tanks, at a very great depth. If one considers that to build the
and once and a half
the earth had to be
the height of the towers of Notre Dame. However, it was necessary to retain a lake.
Part of the capital, and all the water had to be drained out. So much water was removed an idea of the mass of water expelled by the pumps. You would have to imagine the surface of the courtyard, of the Louvre, and once and a half, the height of the towers of Notre Dame. However, it was necessary to retain a lake. At that moment, the Persian touched a wall.
If I'm not mistaken, this may very well be a wall that belongs to the house on the lake.
He then knocked against a wall of the tank that held the underground lake. Perhaps it is necessary to explain to you, dear friends, how the bottom and sides of the tank were constructed in order to prevent the water that surrounded the construction of the opera from coming into immediate contact with the walls supporting the entire foundation of theatrical machinery, which included its framework, carpentry, metalwork, and canvases painted with tempera, which must all be especially protected from the humidity. The architect had to establish a double envelope everywhere. It took a whole year to complete the construction of this double envelope. It was against this wall of the first interior envelope that the Persian struck while talking to Raoul about the house on the lake. For someone who had known the architecture of this monument, the Persian's gesture seemed to indicate that Eric's mysterious house had been built within the double envelope, behind multiple watertight walls over 10 feet thick. Upon hearing the Persian's words, Raoul threw himself against the wall and listened eagerly. But he heard nothing. Nothing but distant footsteps echoing through the floor in the upper parts of the theater. The Persian once again darkened his lantern.
Take heed. Remember your hand. And now silence. For we are going to once again try to enter his house.
And then the Persian led Raoul to the small staircase they had descended earlier. They climbed back up, stopping on each step, watching the shadows and the silence. And so they found themselves in the third cellar. The Persian then signaled to Raoul to kneel down, and in this manner, dragging themselves on their knees and on one hand, the other hand still in the indicated position, they arrived against the back wall. Against this wall was a large abandoned canvas backdrop from the opera Le Roi de Lahore, and just next to this backdrop, an upright wooden support for a set. Between this backdrop and wooden support, there was barely enough space for a body that one day had been found hanging between them, the body of Joseph Bouquet. The Persian, still on his knees, had stopped. He was listening. For a moment he seemed to hesitate and looked at Raoul, then his stare was fixated above, towards the second level, where a faint glow of a lantern shone between the space of two boards. This glow, obviously, made the Persian feel uneasy. Finally he nodded and made up his mind. He slipped between the wooden support and scenery backdrop from Le Roi de Lahore. Raoul was right behind him. The Persian felt the wall with his free hand. For a moment Raoul saw him press hard against the wall, the same as he had done when he pressed against the wall in Christine's dressing room. There was now a hole in the wall. This time the Persian took his pistol out of his pocket and indicated to Raoul that he should follow suit, and he cocked his pistol. Still on his knees and determined, he went through the hole that the stone, by tilting back, had made in the wall. Raoul, who had wanted to go first, had to settle for following behind him. This hole was very narrow. The Persian stopped almost immediately. Raoul could hear him feeling the stone around him. Then he took out his dark lantern, leaned forward, examined something beneath him, and then immediately darkened the lantern again.
We will have to drop down about 8 feet silently. Take your boots off.
The Persian was already doing this himself, and he then passed his shoes to Raoul.
Leave them here, on the other side of the wall. We will collect them on the way out.
After which the Persian moved forward a little. Then he turned around completely, still on his knees, and found himself face to face with Raoul.
I'm going to hang by my hands at the end of the stone and let myself fall into his house. Then you will do exactly as I do. Do not be afraid. I will catch you.
The Persian did as he said, and below him, Raoul soon heard a thud which was caused by the Persian's fall. The young man flinched, fearing that this noise might reveal their presence. However, the absence of any other sound other than that noise gave Raoul an awful feeling of dread. What they had just entered, according to the Persian, the very walls of the house on the lake, and yet no one could hear Christine. Not a cry, not a call for help, not even a whimper. Good heavens, could they be too late? Scraping the wall with his knees, clinging to the stone with his nervous fingers, Raoul, in his turn, let himself fall. And immediately he felt arms around him.
Silence. It is me.
And they remained motionless, listening. Never had the darkness around them been so dark. Never had the silence been more heavy or more terrible. Raoul put his hands over his mouth and bit his tongue to keep from screaming.
If you are not dead...
At last, the flame of the dark lantern was brought back. The Persian directed its light rays over their heads against the wall, looking for the hole through which they had come and not being able to find it.
Oh no. The stone closed by itself.
And the beam of light of the lantern descended along the wall, then down to the floor. The Persian bent down and picked up something, a sort of cord, which he examined for a second before tossing it away in horror.
The Punjab cord.
What is that?
That very well could be the cord that hung Joseph Bouquet, the one they have been looking for.
And suddenly seized by fear and anxiety, he shone the small red disc of his lantern across the walls. Thus he illuminated a strange shape, a trunk of tree, which seemed very alive with its leaves, and the branches of this tree went up all along the wall and proceeded to disappear into the ceiling. Because of the size of the red beam of light from his lantern, it was difficult to see things at first. They could see a section of branches, and then a leaf, and another, and next to it, they could see nothing at all. Nothing but the beam of light which seemed to reflect itself back at them. Raoul slid his hand over this nothingness, over this reflection.
The wall appears to be a mirror.
Yes, a mirror.
And passed his hand, which held the pistol, over his sweaty forehead before exclaiming,
"We have fallen into the torture chamber."
In the hours before the Persian and Raoul found themselves in the torture chamber. While they were wandering through the underground of the opera, Christine was taken by force once more down to Eric's house on the lake. Christine was slowly regaining consciousness. Eric had laid her on the chaise, but as she sat up, he noticed something her usual attire had covered.
What are those scratches on your chest? Did he do this to you? Please don't be silent now. Do you understand what you mean to me? Say something, Christine. Please. I need you to say something. Oh, do you not care about what's happening to you, Christine? Do you not remember the angel of music? The one who has always been there for you? Oh, Christine. Do you not see what this is doing to me? How can you be so cruel, so heartless? Answer me, Christine!
As Christine's mind reeled from the recent events, her internal voice echoed with bitterness and accusation. Her thoughts darkened as she replayed the scene in her head, the cruelty of the situation weighing heavily on her.
He believes Raoul attacked you and you didn't defend him. You had the chance to explain, but now it's too late, isn't it? The angel of music. You swore yourself to Raoul, but only one gave you a ring first and you lost it. Now you must face the consequences. Every lie you've told, every secret you've hidden has become a chain around your heart. And those chains are tightening, pulling you toward your reckoning.
Days before Christine Daae's abduction, an earlier conflict left its mark on her. The scratches now visible were the aftermath of a painful encounter, shrouded in secrecy until this moment.
The days between that incident and the present were filled with unspoken pain and hidden distress. What was once obscured now reveals the silent struggle that preceded her disappearance.
Christine, please!
Tell him, Christine. Tell him what happened. He needs to know the truth. Why can't I speak? It happened so quickly. One moment I was leaving my dressing room, and the next, he was there. The hatred in his eyes was terrifying.
You think you can just waltz around here like you're better than everyone else?
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Comte.
Christine, I won't mince words. You must cease your coquettish games and leave my brother alone. Stop tormenting him. Everyone at the opera whispers about your secret lover, and we both know it is not Raoul. You play with his heart, toy with his emotions, while keeping your sinister secrets. I won't allow this to continue. Leave him be, or face the consequences of your deceit.
Monsieur le Comte, please, let go of me. Monsieur le Comte, you're hurting me.
Consider this a warning. Stay away from my brother Raoul, or else you'll find out just how dangerous it can be to cross me. You think you're special? You think you deserve him? You're nothing. Just a singer who got lucky.
Stop.
And believe me, luck can dry up very quickly. Je sais que l'opéra est une ruche de demi-monde qui s'arrache l'argent de la bourgeoisie. Et vous n'êtes pas différente. The opera is a den of whores, tearing money from the bourgeoisie, and you are but a shameless harpy preying on their vanity. Pathetic.
I rushed back to my dressing room, locked the door, and fell to the floor. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't even scream. I threw a shawl over my ripped dress, but was so distraught that I didn't hear the voice at first.
Christine, what's the matter? What's happened? Speak to me.
Tell him, Christine. Tell him what happened. Snap out of it. He needs to know the truth. Why can't I speak?
Christine! Christine, can you hear me? Christine! Please, tell me what happened. Was it Raoul? Please, Christine!
I was just leaving my dressing room and...
Yes? What happened?
De Chagny.
Say salute. What did he do to you?
Shh.
Come, Christine. You're safe with me, my dear. I won't let anyone hurt you again.
his black cloak covering me like the black wings of a dark angel. He laid me on the chaise and waited on me hand and foot, not asking any more questions and doing his best to distract me. I must find the courage to tell him what happened, or he might think the worst of Raoul, when it was his brother who is guilty.
Christine, here, let me sing to you.
Eric begins to play the harp softly, his fingers dancing delicately over the strings. The melody that emerges is gentle but tinged with sorrow.
Un papillon, elle flottait dans le rayonnement doré du soleil. Dans ses boucles jaunes, elle portait la couronne du printemps. Son regard était là, si bleu clair et pur. Note douce et lente dans l'éclat de la lumière. Ton cœur battait fort dans la chaleur de la prière. Chantant pour l'oiseau dans sa cage aussi froide, ton amour sincère et une mélodie de joie.
Why do you let him do this? You're so weak, so broken. You wanted to be little Lottie, but look at you, lying here unable to even speak the truth. You've become everything you despised. His music is just a reminder of how far you've fallen. Can't you see? You're not the innocent girl anymore. You're a mess and you can't even bring yourself to confess what happened. This is your punishment for being so weak. Oh, Christine, how could you let things get this bad? Trapped beneath the earth, with my poor angel of music singing the ballad of Little Lottie, a song meant to soothe me. It only deepens my suffering.
Oh, Christine. It seems Eric is a complete fool if his attempt to comfort us only made things worse. Then he is deeply sorry.
Christine needs more than this feeble attempt at solace. She needs someone who can truly understand and heal her pain. Eric is useless, incapable of offering the solace she needs. Here. This rosary belonged to my mother. Perhaps it will bring you some comfort.
Christine, why do you keep going back to that boy if he harmed you? I knew I should have just killed him.
You two just sound alike.
Shush.
I regret that I must leave you at this hour, but I must go see my bankers. I shan't take long. Please stay here, Christine. Eric will come back.
The silence that follows Eric's departure is almost suffocating, leaving Christine alone with her tumultuous thoughts. Christine remains on the chaise, the flickering light casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. Her gaze drops to the scratches on her chest, her fingers lightly tracing them. The memory of another confrontation surfaces, pulling her back to that moment. The door creaks open as Raoul enters. The room is dimly lit, casting long shadows that stretch across the floor. Christine, sitting by the window, seems almost rooted in place, her gaze distant.
Christine, you've been gone for 2 days. I've called upon Madame Valerius, and she was remarkably unhelpful. She insisted it was your secret, but you must know I worry.
Raoul, you know I had my reasons. It's not something I wish to discuss right now.
Christine's fingers nervously fidget with the fabric of her dress, her posture stiff. The quiet of the room is punctuated only by the soft rustling of her dress and Raoul's impatient sighs.
So, you weren't with Madame Valerius, and you weren't with me. Where else could you have been? I have to ask, were you with Eric?
Christine's expression falters, and a fleeting look of anxiety crosses her face as she struggles to maintain her composure.
Raoul, it wasn't about Eric. I simply needed time away to handle some personal matters. When I returned, it just so happened to be Eric's birthday and I was there out of courtesy. It's nothing more than that.
Eric's birthday? You expect me to believe that you vanished for 2 days just to celebrate his birthday? What's really going on, Christine?
Christine's voice remains steady, but her eyes avoid Raoul's. The light from the window catches her face, revealing a hint of strain beneath her calm exterior.
Raoul, please. It's nothing more than that. You must trust me.
Christine's plea is soft, her gaze meeting Raoul's with a mix of desperation and resolve. The silence that follows is thick with the weight of unspoken words.
Very well, mademoiselle. If you won't tell me, I suppose I must accept it. But please do remember, I am here for you, no matter what.
Raoul's tone softens, though frustration lingers. He turns away, leaving Christine alone with her turmoil, the shadows of the room seeming to close in around her. The Persian shared with me his fruitless attempts to access the house on the lake via the lake itself until that pivotal evening. He revealed how he found the entrance on the 3rd level beneath the stage and described the harrowing moment he and the Vicomte de Chagny were ensnared in the torture chamber at the mercy of Le Fantome's dark machinations. What you are about to hear is his account provided under specific conditions that will be disclosed later. Before we proceed, it's crucial to acknowledge his previous role as a daroga, or chief of police, in Persia, which shaped his interactions with the house on the lake prior to his ordeal with Raoul. While it may seem that this account diverts us from the torture chamber, it actually deepens our understanding and leads us inevitably back to the heart of the Phantom's domain, offering insights into the Persian's unique perspectives and character traits that may seem quite extraordinary.
It was the first time I entered the house on the lake. In vain I had begged the master of trapdoors, as we called Eric back home in Persia, to open the mysterious doors for me. He had always refused. I, who was paid to know many of his tricks and secrets, had tried through cunning to force entry, but to no avail. Ever since I had found Eric at the opera, where he seemed to have taken up residence. I had often spied on him. Sometimes I watched from the corridors above, sometimes from the levels below, and occasionally from the shore of the lake itself when he thought he was alone, boarding the little boat and heading directly to the opposite wall. But the darkness that surrounded him always obscured my view too much to see exactly where and how he opened his door in the wall. Curiosity, coupled with a dreadful thought that had come to me while reflecting on some of the things the monster had said, pushed me one day when I believed I was alone to throw myself into the little boat and steer it towards that part of the wall where I had seen Eric disappear. It was then that I encountered the siren who guarded the shores of this place, whose charm had almost been fatal to me. As soon as I left the shore, the silence I was navigating was gradually disturbed by a singing murmur that surrounded me. It was both breath and music at the same time. It rose gently from the waters of the lake and enveloped me, without my being able to discern how it was accomplished. The melody pursued me, moving as I moved, its sweetness enveloping me so gently that fear never took hold. Instead, driven by an irresistible desire to trace this captivating harmony to its source, I leaned out over the edge of the small boat. There was no question in my mind that the song emanated from the lake itself, and there, amidst the still waters, the voice, now unmistakably clear, seemed to float beside me, as if it too were adrift on the lake. I leaned over. Then I leaned over further. The lake was perfectly calm, and a moonbeam which, after having passed through the window grate of the roof screed, came to illuminate the waters. It showed me absolutely nothing on its smooth and inky black surface. I rubbed my ears a little to get rid of any possible ringing, but I had to admit to myself that there was no ringing in my ears. As harmonious as the murmured singing that followed me was, it now was drawing me in. If I had been superstitious or feeble-minded, I would have thought that I was dealing with some siren with the task of confusing the traveler, bold enough to travel across the waters of the house on the lake. But, thanks be to God, I fortunately come from a country where we love the fantastic far too much to not understand it thoroughly, and I had studied it in depth to be unaware of how sometimes, with the simplest tricks, someone who knows their craft can manipulate the poor human imagination to believe anything. Therefore, there was no doubt in my mind that I was dealing with yet another one of Eric's inventions. But once again, this invention was so perfect that leaning over the little boat, I was less driven by the desire to discover the trick than to enjoy its charm. And I leaned over the side of the boat. I leaned further till I nearly capsized the boat. When suddenly two monstrous arms emerged from the waters and grabbed my neck, dragging me into the abyss. Eric! It's me! And instead of drowning me as he had certainly intended to do, for it was indeed him, he swam me back and gently placed me on the shore.
How reckless you are, Daroga,
he said as he stood before me dripping with that hellish water.
Why did you try to enter my house? I did not invite you. I do not want you here, nor anyone else in the world. Did you save my life only to torment me? Whatever great service you think you did, Eric may eventually forget it altogether. Nothing can restrain Eric, not even Eric himself.
He spoke, but now I had no other desire than to understand what I was already calling the trick of the siren.
Sirens were originally half bird and half woman. Later they looked more like a sea creature similar to a mermaid, who would draw sailors in with their song, causing them to go into a fatal lethargy, before drowning them in the sea and devouring them. They would play instruments as well, such as a harp or a lyre. The sirens were called the muses of the underworld. Robert S.P. Beeks suggested their name might have the meaning of rope or cord, entangled, or to tie or to fasten. In the story of Ulysses and the sirens, Ulysses puts beeswax in his ears and is tied to the mast of the ship to survive the siren's song. Hearing them drove him temporarily mad. This is why the Daroga warns Raoul to plug up his ears if he should ever hear the siren. They are said to be a pure fable, but Dinon, the father of Clearchus, asserted that they did indeed exist in India.
Eric was willing to satisfy my curiosity, for he is a true monster. That is how I see him, alas. Having had the opportunity to see him in action while in Persia, I know he is still a presumptuous and conceited child. He loves nothing more than astonishing his audience and then proving the miraculous ingenuity of his mind. How did you accomplish this? He showed me the long stem of a bamboo reed.
It is a very simple trick.
Très simple, mais c'est très utile pour respirer et chanter sous l'eau.
But it is very handy to breathe and sing in the water with this reed. I learned the trick from the Tonkin pirates. They can stay hidden for hours at the bottom of rivers.
I have a note here about the reed and the Tonkin pirates, for you see I did a bit of research on it. There were indeed pirates named after the Tonkin River in China. The Battle of Tonkin River was a major naval battle fought in northern Vietnam between the pirates of Shapung Tsai and the British Royal Navy, with aid from the Qing Chinese Navy and the Tonkinese. The 1849 expedition led to the destruction of Shapung Tsai's fleet and the loss of over 2,000 men. Shapung Tsai was one Chinese pirate commander who attacked merchant ships in the mid-19th century. He commanded a fleet of around 70 junks working out of Tin Pak. During the mid-19th century, pirates were prevalent in waters of Vietnam. The French Navy in the 1870s attempted several times to suppress piracy in the Gulf of Tonkin. The French naval ships were regularly attacked by pirates. Two bandit gangs, called the Black Flags and the Yellow Flags, controlled the river and area around it. They were mostly land-based river pirates. The French sadly could not tell the difference between the pirates, who were made of mostly Chinese bandits, who plundered, did human trafficking, and were opium dealers, from the Vietnamese literati, who wanted restoration of Vietnam with no more French control. The term pirate was applied by the French to any bandits or those who opposed the French colonization in Vietnam. I also have found an article referencing the use of the reed by the Tonkin pirates. An administrative report originating from Tonkin, which arrived in Paris at the end of July 28, 1909, was published in the Le Matin, tells the story of how the famous bandit leader Détam, who was being hunted down with his pirates by our soldiers, was able to escape from them, along with all his followers, at the edge of a river, thanks to the trick of the reed. The headline read, "The Détam has just killed a captain and 12 soldiers." Once, Détam saved his band only by an inspiration in the last moment. Being tracked down, they threw themselves into the water among the bamboo reeds, completely immersed. They breathed with the help of a reed tube in their mouth. But I digress.
It is a trick that very nearly almost killed me, and it may have proven fatal to others. He did not answer me, but he stood up before me with a terrible air of childish menace that I was all too familiar with. You know what you promised me, Eric? No more crimes and no more killing.
Ai-je vraiment enfreint la loi, Monsieur le Daroga?
Have I really committed any crimes, Daroga?
Wretched man, have you forgotten the bloody hours of Mazandaran?
Yes, I prefer to have forgotten them. But I did well to make the little Sultana laugh.
Dans les montagnes de Mazandaran, où les ombres dansent sous la lune, les murmures des âmes en peine racontent l'histoire des heures sanglantes. Mazandaran d'Akorahe, Shiamli el-Hahem-Muha, her topa her fesun ve kârene fesununema. L'esclave des innocents, les cris des opprimés des hommes, encore dans les vallées oubliées, sous le jour de la terreur, dans la nuit sans fin, les heures sanglantes de Mazandaran, Amélie les savait les cris des opprimés, résonnent encore dans les vallées oubliées, sous le jour de la terreur, dans la nuit sans fin. Les heures sanglantes de Mazandaran, Amélie ne savait les cris de Saoumé, celle qui était venue n'emergoha, tahne destere finavu, heyene henere finema. Jairan la sorcière aux yeux de feu, avec un sourire de glace, mène la danse des ténèbres sous la bannière du chat. Jairan veden agitache her ne digerine derchen, ve xederti edene seren, tehne destene şah. L'esplore des innocents, les cris des opprimés des hommes, encore dans les vallées oubliées, sous le jour de la terreur, dans la nuit sans fin, les heures sanglantes de Mazandaran, Amélie les sonnets, les cris des opprimés, résonnent encore dans les vallées oubliées, sous le jour de la terreur, dans la nuit sans fin, les heures sanglantes de Mazandaran, Amélie les savait les cris des Saoumé, celle qui était venue n'emergoha, tahne destere finavu, heyene henere finema. Dans les montagnes de Mazandaran, les âmes aux peines chantent encore la chanson des heures sanglantes, gravée à jamais dans le cœur de la nuit. Mazandaran de Korahe, Naher totememun nenenama, heyene neher nerefi, tahtestine nevenema.
I have seen the depths of human cruelty, the darkness that can consume even the noblest of hearts, but I have also seen the glimmer of hope, the strength to resist. We must remember, lest we repeat these horrors. The streets ran red with blood, and the cries of the oppressed filled the air. It was a time of terror, orchestrated by Jairan, the little sultana, and executed with merciless precision. No one was spared, not the old, not the young. Fear gripped the hearts of all who lived in Mazandaran.
Manu daroga baro wa eerie gra pedakan o tehdidi barai sultan must be hasdidan ora edam kun he Zariya wujud of baqi naqzar. Daroga, go and find Eric. He is a threat to our reign. Execute him one side, leave no trace of his existence.
Her words were cold and unfeeling. Eric, the genius behind the dark designs, was now a target. His creations had served their purpose, but now he was seen as a liability. The palace was a maze of opulence and shadows, where danger lurked behind every corner. Jayren's paranoia had reached a fever pitch, and she had sent guards to arrest Eric, fearing his genius would become a threat. I knew I had to act quickly. Sneaking past the guards, I moved through the hidden corridors, my heart pounding with every step. As I approached Eric's quarters, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, a constant reminder of the peril we faced. The door to his room was slightly ajar, and I slipped inside, closing it quietly behind me. Eric was there, surrounded by his designs, a look of despair on his face.
C'est dessin. Je dois choper cette folie.
Eric, you must leave. No! Jayren has ordered your execution. There is no time to waste.
What? Why? I have served them faithfully.
Her paranoia knows no bounds. You are seen as a threat. Eric's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Eric's life was in immediate danger, and every second counted. There was no time for explanations. Come with me quickly. I know a way out through the old tunnels. We must be quiet. I grabbed his arm and led him through the secret passageways, hoping to avoid the patrols. The weight of our predicament pressed heavily upon me. The tension in the air was palpable as I whispered to Eric of how Jayren's suspicions had reached a fever pitch, and she saw enemies lurking in every shadow. We moved swiftly, our footsteps muffled against the cold stone floors. The palace was a labyrinth of secret passages and hidden corridors, remnants of a time when escape routes were as vital as the walls themselves. The old tunnels, long forgotten by most, were our only chance. Each step echoed in the silence, amplifying the sense of urgency. The dim light of my lantern cast eerie shadows on the walls, and I could feel Eric's anxiety mirroring my own. As we descended into the darkness, the air grew colder, and the sense of impending danger loomed larger. We had to stay quiet. Every sound could betray our presence. The old tunnels, once used by courtiers and servants to move unseen, would now be our salvation.
Will we even make it out alive?
We must. It is our only chance. I spoke with a resolve that I hoped would bolster his courage, even as my own heart pounded with the fear of failure. The path ahead was uncertain, but turning back was not an option. We pressed on, deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels, every creak and distant sound heightening our senses. We reached a small alcove, a hidden recess in the tunnel walls. I gestured for Eric to crouch down. The alcove was just large enough to conceal us from prying eyes, its shadows offering a fleeting sense of safety. I held my breath, listening intently for any signs of pursuit. Hide here and do not make a sound.
Thank you, my friend. I owe you my life.
Eric's whispered words of gratitude cut through the cold dread that gripped us. Their sincerity reminded me of the human connection that still held meaning amidst the chaos. I nodded, acknowledging their thanks, but my mind was already racing ahead, planning our next move. Moments stretched into an eternity as we remained hidden, the silence only broken by the distant drip of water echoing through the tunnels. My pulse raced, every instinct on high alert, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. We had narrowly escaped the Shah's men, but the danger was far from over. Eric's life had been spared, but at what cost?
We are not safe yet. We must keep moving.
Eric's words spurred me on. The fear of capture, of torture, loomed over us like a dark cloud. Just a bit further, we are almost there. The promise of freedom was within reach. I could see the glimmer of hope in the distance, the possibility of a new life away from this nightmare. We finally reached a point where we could pause. The adrenaline began to wear off, replaced by exhaustion.
Freedom at last. Let's stop for a moment. We need to gather our strength before heading to the sea.
I was wary, but Eric seemed to be in better spirits. Perhaps too good. I watched him closely as he pulled out a flask and 2 glasses.
You just saved my life, my friend. The least I could do in return is offer you some libation. How about a libation for a liberation?
His insistence was unusual, but the lure of a brief respite was tempting. I took the glass from him, noting the strange glint in his eye.
Come on, Daroga. Just a little drink.
Don't be such a bore. I insist. Come, let's toast to our freedom. You know, Daroga, I wanted to thank you. You risked your head, lost your family. And yet you still betray her at great risk to yourself. How incredibly kind of you to save my life. Your heroism truly knows no bounds.
Without your intervention, I might have found peace at last, but instead, you've granted me the gift of more time in this fascinating world.
Eric, I did what I thought was right.
Right? Wrong? Who is keeping track in such a place as this?
Despite everything, I wanted to give you a chance to find some semblance of peace.
Well, that just proves how thoughtful of a friend you are, ensuring I can continue to experience all the delightful moments life has to offer. Your care and dedication warm my heart deeply. Truly, I am forever in your debt.
Eric, what is going on? Why are you talking like this?
I raise a glass to you, my friend.
Why do I suddenly feel so drowsy? It hit me too late. The drink was drugged. I tried to stand, but my limbs felt like lead. Eric's sweet words twisted into a sinister echo in my mind.
Ah, my dear Daroga.
Bro bihi Jahannam.
I will see you in hell.
My vision darkened as I slumped to the ground. Eric's betrayal cutting deeper than any blade. In those final conscious moments, I realized the true depth of his madness and cruelty.
Do you really think you saved me, Daroga? You only prolonged my suffering. You couldn't understand.
I wanted to help you, Eric. To give you a chance to escape this madness.
Footstep, Daroga. You were the one who brought me here. Damn it, you hunted me down in Russia, remember? You found me hiding, trying to live a quiet life. But you couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? No, you convinced me. No, you begged me to come to Mazandurin, promising safety in a place where I could use my skills. Twice, I refused you, but you persisted, weaving tales of grandeur and necessity until I relented. Now, look at us! In the grand theater of humanity, our emotions are mere shadows. Those who believe in the sanctity of all life are blind to the brutal truth. Mercy is an illusion, a lie we tell ourselves to sleep at night. History is a tapestry woven with threads of cruelty and madness. Innocence is a myth. Fragile mask we wear to hide our true nature. We craft our own versions of purity to avoid confronting the abyss within. When the veneer of civilization cracks, true human nature emerges. ruthless, unrelenting.
Please, I am begging you. You don't have to do this. Let me go. Please.
Reed whispers sweet promises, convincing us we're justified. The miser, the killer, the soldier, they all believe they're righteous. Our gods are silent spectators, watching as we destroy ourselves. Hopes and dreams, they're the masks that cover our sins. Fragile promises that crumble under the weight of reality.
We can still escape together.
You fucking idiot! Don't you understand? We build our legacies on the backs of the fallen, blind to the cost. Time will judge us all, Daroga. It will decide what is remembered and what is forgotten. We fight against our nature. But time is the true arbiter, the final executioner.
Eric, you've gone mad.
No, I am informed, educated. I have learned much in your land, my dear Daroga. I have learned that once left to our own devices, we revel in our vices, worshipping false idols. The weight of the world crushes us, each of us bearing a piece of the collective sin. What man can truly bear the burden of humanity, Daroga? Sin is the price we pay for our fleeting glory. A debt that weighs down the soul.
Eric, you swore the killing would end.
Fools Antonia, Daroga. I swore no such thing. And even if I did, it would only apply to people. After all, no one gives a shit about drowning a worthless cur like you. Farewell, Daroga. May you find peace in the end.
Yes, I prefer to have forgotten them, and gladly too. That whole stinking shit heap, ruled by the whore of Babylon and the bitch queen of Sodom. But I did well to make Jaira and the little Sultana laugh.
Simshunagu, please do not speak her name. The mere mention of that name sends shivers down my spine. She was no ordinary sultana. Her cruelty and whims knew no bounds. In Mazandran, Eric and I were caught in a web of terror and madness, orchestrated by her insidious desires. However, I still remember the day I was sent to retrieve Eric with startling clarity. In a dimly lit chamber, adorned with luxurious Persian carpets and intricate tapestries, I stood at attention, my heart pounding in my chest. Khadija Khanum Tajrishi, now known as Farokh al-Sultana, paced back and forth like a lioness ready to strike. As the Shah's favorite wife and one of the most powerful women in the Persian court, her eyes, dark and piercing, burned with a determination that sent shivers down my spine. Jaren, as she was now called, was known for her ruthless ambition and keen intellect, qualities that had earned her both fear and respect in equal measure. She turned abruptly, fixing her gaze upon me, and I felt the weight of her command before she even spoke.
दारोगा तो बैद वफादारी बिचोन व चरा बिही ताज व तख्त व बिही मिंदाश्ता हुबाशी.
Her voice was like ice, each word cutting deeper than the last. The court's whispers of a magician, a remarkable architect, had reached her ears, and now it was my burden to bear.
Ein Erik, ein Jadugar, das Chashm Basyari Ferrar Karda Ast, Manamidwan, das Chashm bin Ferrar Kan. Istedad or Jawahiri Ast.
Eric, the elusive artist, was to be brought to her.
Mantura Farman Medhum ki or Abyabi, Behesai Hai Kadar An Makhfi Shidda Ast Barbi.
Her words were filled with a chilling certainty. I knew there would be no mercy if I failed. The court's intrigue, the danger, and the thrill of this hunt had all coalesced into this single moment of dread. Well, Sultan.
Hala bro, Daroga. Zaman's ahmiyat basayari brakhordar ist.
Failure, I knew, was not an option. Sealing my fate. Her menacing tone left no room for doubt. Eric's rumored madness did not faze her. In fact, it seemed to intrigue her. She wanted his genius, no matter the cost. And I was the one tasked with delivering him to her. With a dismissive wave, her audience with me was now finished. Her mind already racing with plans for the wonders Eric would create. The weight of her command pressed heavily upon me. I knew I had no choice but to succeed. The Persian court awaited its newest jewel, and I was the one who had to deliver it. As a daroga or police inspector, it was my duty to hunt down those who threatened the stability of the court. This responsibility was passed down from my father, who had served the Shah with unwavering dedication. Manhunting was part of my job, a task I had performed countless times before. My father always told me, in this line of work, you either catch the quarry or become the hunted. His wisdom guided me through each mission, reminding me that failure was never an option. Serving the whims of the Sultana often felt less like enforcing law and more like performing civil services. Lately, I felt more like an Amir al-Aman, what you might call a sort of insurance man, insuring against disasters of her making. Truly a ghastly profession, really. Though I do find civil service no less appealing.
All that was in the past.
But this is now. You owe me an account for now. Because if I had wanted, the present would not exist for you. Remember, Eric, I saved your life. Khuda, main zindagi duran najat da de.
Khak to sir.
After that retort, I decided to take advantage of the turn in conversation to talk to him about something that had been on my mind for some time. Eric, swear to me.
What? You know very well that I do not keep my promises. Promises, Daroga, are like garottes, crafted to strangle the life out of fools who are naive enough to trust in them.
Tell me. Surely you can tell me then.
Well, tell you what?
Well, the chandelier. The chandelier, Eric.
What about the damn chandelier?
You know very well what I mean.
That. The chandelier. I am willing to tell you. I am wanting to tell you. The chandelier was not me. It was quite worn, the chandelier, and I was not in charge, was I, of repairing it.
When Eric laughed, he was even more frightening. He jumped into the boat and laughed so sinisterly that I could not help but shudder.
It was quite worn, dear Daroga, quite worn, the chandelier. It fell all by itself. It went boom. You were at the inquest. So was I, my dear Daroga. You heard Monsieur René Proul. Wear and tear. That's what the ruling said. Wear and tear.
And now, a piece of advice, Daroga. Go dry yourself off if you do not wish to catch a head cold. Never get back in my boat And especially do not try to get into my house again. I am not always here, Daroga. And I would be sorry to have to dedicate my Requiem Mass to you.
He said this and sniggered. And stood at the stern, moving back and forth like a swinging monkey. He looked like the grim ferryman of the underworld, with his golden eyes. Soon I only saw his eyes burning, and finally he disappeared in the darkness of the underground lake.
I should explain the Daroga's explanation of Eric swinging back and forth like a monkey. The type of boat that Eric was using is called a godil, not to be confused with the Italian gondola. The godil looks more like a typical rowboat with a different stern. It utilizes a long oar for a technique called sculling, and can be attached to the boat through a cut in the stern. The oarsman stands facing the stern and grips the oar at shoulder height, and uses the oar to steer and propel the boat forward. With the oar in the back, it is easier to pull up to a dock. The technique is also slow and steady, which was typically used for short distances. It takes a great deal of strength to drive a godil. To slow the boat, you have to make a sharp turn in movement. You can move the boat forward in calm water by grasping the oar with both hands and giving hard strokes on the oar as well, or rocking the boat laterally in time with each other. This looks strange and does look like a monkey swinging back and forth to someone who is not familiar with this type of boat. With no current in the underground lake, one would have to get it rocking back and forth quite a bit to get it going.
From that day forward, I gave up trying to get into his house by way of the lake. Clearly that entrance was too well guarded, particularly now that he was aware I knew about it. But I suspected there must be another one, because more than once I had seen Eric disappear into the third level under the stage while I was monitoring him, and I could not figure out how. I cannot say this enough. Ever since I had found out Eric had taken up residence at the opera, I lived in perpetual terror of his horrible whims. Not as far as I was concerned, of course, but I dreaded everything about him where others were concerned.
At this point, the Persian could have admitted here that Eric's fate concerned him personally, for he was not ignorant to the fact that if the Tehran government were to have learned that Eric was still alive, it would have been the end of the former Daroga's modest pension. It is only right to add that the Persian had a noble and generous heart, and there is no doubt that the disasters he greatly feared for others weighed quite heavily on his mind. In fact, his conduct during this whole affair proves this sufficiently and is beyond all praise.
Whenever a deadly accident occurred, some fatal event, I never failed to ask myself, was it possibly Eric? As others have asked, is it the Phantom? How many times have I heard this phrase uttered by people who are grinning? The poor fools. If they had only known that this phantom existed, in flesh and in bone, and was more terrible than the harmless shadow they evoked, I swear they would have ceased laughing. If they had only known what Eric was capable of, especially in a space like the opera. If they had known the depths of my dreadful feeling. As for me, I was no longer living. My concerns were not only for myself, though Eric had most solemnly announced to me that he had changed considerably, and that he had become the most virtuous of men, since he was loved for himself. A phrase that, at the time, left me terribly perplexed. I could not help but shudder whenever I thought of the monster. His horrible, unique, and repulsive ugliness made him an outcast of humanity, and it often seemed to me that he no longer believed he had any duty towards the human race. The manner in which he told me about his love affair had only increased my fears, for I anticipated this affair, to which he had referenced in that boastful tone that I knew so well, I feared would cause a new and more awful disaster than all the ones previous. I knew how sublime and desperate Eric's pain could be, and the words he had said to me did not set my mind at ease. I had no trouble figuring out the trick and locating the mechanism that made the wall supporting the mirror pivot, and I saw hollow bricks that could amplify the voice. This was how he was able to make his voice sound to Christine as if he had been standing at her side. I also discovered the path leading to the fountain and the communard's dungeon, and the trapdoor that would allow Eric to enter directly into the underside of the stage. Imagine my astonishment when a few days later I learned that Eric and Christine Daae had seen each other, and I caught the monster leaning over the little weeping fountain on the path of the communards, refreshing the forehead of Christine Daae, who had fainted. I also saw a white horse, the horse from Prophet, which had disappeared from the stables located beneath the opera, who now stood quietly beside them. I revealed myself to Eric, but it was terrible. I saw sparks fly from those two golden eyes, and before I could say a word, I was struck in the forehead with a blow that knocked me out. When I came to, Eric, Christine, and the white horse had disappeared. There was no doubt in my mind that the unfortunate woman was being held prisoner in the house on the lake. Without hesitation, I resolved to return to the shore, despite the clear danger involved with such an endeavor. For 24 hours I watched, hidden near the dark shore, for the monster to appear, for I knew that he would have to leave eventually, forced, as it were, to go out to get provisions. And while on the subject, I must add that when he went out in Paris, or dared to show himself in public, he wore over his horrible noseless hole a papier-mâché nose, complete with a mustache. It did not succeed in completely hiding his macabre appearance, because when he passed by, people would say behind him, "Tiens, voilà le père trompe la mort qui passe," or "Look, there goes death himself passing by," which made him nearly, I say nearly, bearable to look at. I was watching for him on the shore of the lake, the shore of La Caverne, as I had heard the monster sneeringly call the lake several times while in front of me. And while growing quite impatient, I kept saying to myself, he must have gone through another door, the one on the 3rd level below, when suddenly I heard a little splash in the dark waters. I then saw the two golden eyes shining like lanterns, and soon the boat approached the bank. Eric leapt onto the shore and walked over to me.
Voila. You have been here for 24 hours. You are annoying me. I tell you that all this will end very badly, and it is just as well that you would have brought it upon yourself, because I have been remarkably patient with you. You think that you are following me, you immense fool. And yet, it is I who am following you, and I know everything that you've learned about me. I spared your life yesterday on my way to the communard's dungeons. I'm honestly warning you, do not let me catch you there again. All of this is very reckless, my word. I wonder if you even know what you're doing anymore.
He was so angry that I did not dare interrupt him. After he exhaled air out like a seal, he clarified his horrible thought, which correlated to my dreadful feeling.
Yes, you must know once and for all, as they say. You must take a hint. I am telling you that because of your recklessness, for you have already been stopped twice by the shadow in the felt hat, who did not know what you were doing in the underground and who led you to the manager's office, who upon looking for you thought you were a fanciful Persian love fairy tale, tricks in the backstage of the theater. I was there, Daroga. Yes, I was there in the office, you know. You know that I am everywhere. I'm telling you that with all of your recklessness, they will end up wondering what you're looking for down here, and they will end up finding out that you are looking for Eric, and then they will want, like you, to look for Eric too, and then they will discover the house on the lake. So too bad, old friend. Too damn bad. I cannot be held responsible for anything. Anything. If Eric's secrets do not remain Eric's secrets, too bad for many members of the human race. That is all I have to say to you. And unless you are an immense fool, that should be enough for you. You do not even know what you are doing.
He sat on the stern of his boat and tapped the wood of the small boat with his heels, waiting for my reply. I simply told him, "It is not Eric that I have come here looking for."
Who then?
You know quite well who. Christine Day.
I have every right to ask her to visit me at my house. I am loved for who I am.
That is not true. You abducted her and are holding her prisoner.
Look, will you promise not to concern yourself in my affairs again if I prove to you that I am loved for who I am?
Yes, I promise you. I answered without hesitation, because I believed that such proof would be impossible to produce for such a monster.
Well then, that is quite simple. Christine Daae will leave my house, will return as she pleases. Yes, return! Because it pleases her to do so. To return of her own accord. Because she loves me for who I am.
Oh, I doubt she will come back. But it is your duty to let her go.
My duty? You immense fool! It is my desire, my wish to let her go, and she will return because she loves me. All this will end in a marriage, I tell you. A marriage at the Madeleine, you immense fool. Do you believe me when I tell you that my wedding mass is already written? Just wait till you hear the Kyrie.
Et sacra Madeleine nos ferat aura secundas Christine lux mea te cum vita iungas in unione nostra celum terra mil.
Who will see? Just wait until you witness this mass.
Listen to me. I will accept what you are saying. If I see Christine Daae leave the house on the lake and return of her own free will.
And you will not meddle in my affairs anymore?
I promise you.
Very well then. You will see that tonight. Come to the mass ball. Christine and I will go walk around for a little while. You will then go and hide in the storeroom. And you will see when Christine returns to her dressing room that she would like nothing more than to come back down the Communards Road.
Agreed. In fact, if I saw it, I would bow my head in reverence. For a very beautiful person has the right to fall in love, even if it is with the most horrible monster imaginable. Especially when that beautiful person is a very distinguished singer. And like with you, he possesses the seduction of music.
Now go away, for I must leave to go to the market.
Bro, Jahannam.
So I left, still worried about Christine Daae. I had a dreadful feeling ever since he had reprimanded me so formidably about my recklessness. I thought to myself, how is all this going to end? And even though I was quite fatalistic by nature, I could not rid myself of an unbearable anxiety due to the incredible responsibility I had taken on the day I let the monster live, who now threatened many members of the human race. To my tremendous astonishment, everything happened exactly as he had told me they would. Christine Daae left the house on the lake and returned several times, apparently without being forced to do so. My mind wanted to detach itself from this mysterious romance, but it was very difficult, especially for me, not to wonder about Eric, because of the dreaded feeling I had. I, however, resigned myself to extreme caution. I did not make the mistake of returning to the shores of the underground lake or to the Communards Road again, but the dreaded knowledge of the secret door kept haunting me. More than once, I went directly to this place which I knew was deserted most of the time during the day. I would stand there endlessly twiddling my thumbs, hidden by the backdrop from Le Roi de Lahore, which had been left there. I do not know why, because Le Roi de Lahore was not often performed.
I feel I must interrupt momentarily for a quick interjection about the opera Le Roi de Lahore not being performed often. This comment might seem a bit insignificant, but I assure you, dear friends, it most certainly was not. The opera by Jules Massenet premiered at the Palais Garnier in 1877 and opened to great success. It was performed quite frequently at the Palais Garnier for the first few months of that year, but its popularity began to wane and its frequency in the repertoire was short-lived. By the next year, it had all but disappeared completely. It then appeared again in 1879, but after 1879, it was rarely performed again. The Persian was correct. The irony of Le Fantôme hiding the passage to his house behind the scenery from Le Roi de Lahore is that Lahore is a province and the capital of Punjab, India, and Punjab means 5 rivers, because it is the land of the 5 rivers. However, it gets even more curious if one examines the story of the king of Lahore. Sita is a priestess who confesses she has been visited by a man who says he loves her, but she has never seen him, nor has he ever touched her hand. But the king's minister, Scindia, is in love with Sita and wants to set her free from her vows to the temple. Later, she is ordered to be put to death because of sacrilege when she refuses to marry Scindia. The king of Lahore, Alim, shows up through a secret door and reveals that he is the mysterious lover of Sita, and he gives protection to her. However, he is killed and dies in Sita's arms. Alim goes to paradise, and the god Indra reincarnates him. But he will not come back as the king, but as a commoner, and he can live so long as Sita is alive. Eventually, Scindia becomes king and tries to marry Sita, but Alim, as the peasant, opposes him. Sita runs to the temple where she meets up with Alim, but Sita stabs herself when pursued by Scindia and commits suicide instead of being forced to marry Scindia. Alim dies as well when she is stabbed, and their love is reunited in the afterlife.
One day, all my patience finally paid off when I saw the monster coming towards me on his hands and knees. I was certain that he did not see me. He passed between the backdrop that I was hiding behind and a farmhouse set. He went to the wall at a spot that I saw from afar and operated a spring that tipped a stone that made it pivot, opening a passage for him. He then disappeared through this passage, and the stone closed behind him. I now knew the monster's secret, a secret that could, at the right moment, lead me directly to the house on the lake. I waited for at least a half an hour to be certain, and then I went and activated the spring. Everything happened as it had for Eric previously, but I did not enter the opening knowing that Eric was at home. Furthermore, the idea that I could be surprised suddenly by Eric reminded me of the death of Joseph Bouquet, and not wanting to compromise such a discovery, which could be useful to many members of the human race. I left the underground of the opera, after having carefully put the stone back in its place. This was the same system that he used in Persia. As you can imagine, I was still very interested in the affair of Eric and Christine Daae, not because I was following some sick curiosity, but as I have already said, because a dreadful feeling that never left me. If, I thought to myself, Eric discovers that he is not loved for himself, anything could happen. I continued to wander, cautiously through the opera. I soon learned the truth about the monster's sad love affair. He filled Christine's mind with terror, but the heart of the sweet child belonged entirely to the Vicomte Raoul de Chagny, while they were both playing together like two innocent fiancés in the upper levels of the opera, where they fled from the monster. They had no idea that someone was watching over them. I was determined to do whatever it took, even to kill the monster, if I had to, and then later I would have to explain myself to the authorities. But Eric was nowhere to be found, and that did not reassure me. I feel I must explain my reasoning. I thought that the monster would be driven out of his home by jealousy, which would allow me to enter the house on the lake without any danger, by using the passage in the 3rd level under the stage. It was in everyone's interest to know exactly what was down there. One day, tired of waiting for an opportunity, I triggered the mechanism that controlled the stone, and immediately I heard formidable music The monster was working with all the doors open in his house, on his Don Juan triumphant. I knew that this was his life's work. I did not dare move, and remained cautiously in my dark hiding place. He stopped playing for a moment, and he began to pace around his home like a madman. And he said aloud in a resounding voice,
"This all must be finished first. Well and truly finished."
These words did nothing to reassure me, and then the music resumed. I closed the stone very gently. However, even though the stone was now closed, I could still hear a vague and distant hymn which rose from the depths of the earth, as I had heard the song of the siren rise from the depths of the waters. And I remembered the words of a stagehand, who had at the time of Joseph Bouquet's death been mocked when he reported.
There was a sound coming from all around the body of the hanged man that resembled a hymn to the dead.
On the day of Christine Daae's abduction, I arrived at the theater quite late in the evening. I was trembling, worried that I would hear some bad news. It had been an excruciating day, for ever since I read the morning paper announcing the marriage of Christine to the Vicomte de Chagny, I had been wondering whether I would not be better off exposing the monster. But reason returned to me, and I was convinced that such an approach might only hasten a possible disaster. When my carriage dropped me off in front of the opera house, I looked up at the monument, in truth, astonished to see it still standing. But I am after all a bit fatalistic, and I entered, expecting anything. The abduction of Christine Daae during the church scene of Faust naturally surprised everyone, but I was prepared. I was certain that Eric had made her disappear, like the king of conjurers that he truly is. And I thought that this time it was the end for Christine, and perhaps for everyone. I was so convinced of it, in fact, that for a moment I wondered if I should advise all these people who were lingering in the theater to flee. But again, I stopped myself from exposing the truth because I was certain I would be taken for a madman. Of course, I was aware that if I shouted "fire," for example, to make all these people flee, I could be the cause of an accident, people smothered and trampled from everyone trying to escape, worse than the first disaster itself. And so I was determined to proceed by myself without further delay. This time, in any case, seemed to be in my favor. There was a good chance that Eric at this hour was thinking only of his captive. It was essential to take advantage of this fact, to infiltrate his residence through the third level under the stage. I thought, for this undertaking, that I should enlist the poor young desperate Vicomte, who, at the first word, accepted my proposal with a confidence in me that touched me deeply. I had sent for my pistols by means of my servant Darius, who joined us with the box in Christine's dressing room. I gave the Vicomte a pistol and advised him to be ready to shoot like myself, because most importantly, Eric could be waiting for us behind the wall. Regrettably, I did not have time to explain anything to him. The young Vicomte is brave, but all the same, he knew almost nothing about his opponent. And so much the better. For how does a duel with the most formidable duelist compare to a battle with the most brilliant conjurer and deadly assassin? It was difficult to accept that I would be going up against a man who is visible only when he wants to be, who could simultaneously perceive everything around him, which would leave others hopelessly groping in obscure darkness. Imagine contending with a man whose strange knowledge, cunning, ingenuity, imagination, and skill enable him to harness all natural forces, crafting illusions that lead the senses astray, and all this in the underground of the opera, in the very depths of the realm of phantasmagoria itself. I could not even think about it without a shiver going down my spine. What might happen to someone if they found themselves trapped within the depths of the opera, surmounted by 5 levels below the stage and 25 above it, which is haunted by a ruthless prankster, a Robert Houdin, who alternates between mockery and malice, who might pick your pocket one moment or seek your life the next. Can you imagine engaging in battle with the master of trapdoors? My God! In the palaces at home, he created astonishing revolving traps, unparalleled in design, making him the true master of trapdoors in a land riddled with them. My hope was that he had left Christine Daae alone in his house on the lake, where he must have carried her unconscious body. I was terrified that he was already somewhere nearby, preparing the Punjab lace. No one knows how to wield the Punjab lace better than he does, and he is the prince of stranglers, as well as the king of conjurers. After the little sultana grew bored of Eric making her laugh during the bloody hours of Mazandaran, she asked him to entertain her by making her shudder. Eric chose to show her the Punjab lace. Eric, having spent some time in India, returned with the incredible skill of strangulation. He learned the art of le fil du Punjab, or le lacet du Punjab, which means Punjab cord, wire, lace, or snare, from the leader of the Thuggi, Feringhia, known as the King of Stranglers. The Thuggi was an organized Hindu brotherhood of professional assassins who worshipped the goddess Kali. They were renowned for their method of wielding a type of ligature cord made from catgut with a slip knot at the end. Finding that strangulation was a perfect method of killing as it left no blood and made little to no sound, they would sneak into travelers' camps at night, and a member trained specifically in the art of strangulation, known as bhutto or ghost, would throw a type of garrote from behind that would wrap tightly around the victim's neck, causing them to fall over dead. Then the members would rob the victims in the name of their goddess. Kali is often depicted as triumphing over death. The cult's followers believed in reconciling with death and accepting it as a natural part of life. They also used a plant called the Indian thorn apple for its hallucinogenic properties to subdue their victims. This tightly knit group of skilled assassins typically passed admission from father to son, though sometimes outsiders were trained by one of the group's leaders. They adhered to a strict rule of never murdering women, the wounded, the infirmed, lepers, artists such as dancers, poets, musicians, holy men, or those from lower classes, as it was considered taboo and did not satisfy Kali. Eric, armed only with his Punjab cord, would wait for the warrior to think he had the upper hand before the ligature would be heard whistling through the air. With a flick of his wrist, Eric tightened the thin lasso around his enemy's neck and dragged him in front of the little sultana and her women, who watched from a window and applauded. The little sultana also learned how to throw the Punjab lace, tragically killing several of her women and some of her friends who were visiting. But I prefer to leave this terrible subject of the bloody hours of Mazandaran. I only mentioned it because, having arrived with the Vicomte de Chagny in the underground of the opera, I had to warn my companion about the ever-present threat of strangulation. Once in the underground, my pistols were useless. I was quite sure that as long as Eric had not prevented us from entering the Communards Road, he would not show himself. However, he could still strangle us. I had no time to explain all this to the Vicomte, and even if I had, I would have urged him to keep his hand at eye level, with his arm bent as if waiting for the command to fire. This position makes it impossible, even for the most adept strangler, to successfully throw the Punjab lace. If it catches your neck and simultaneously grabs your arm or hand, it allows the intended victim to easily loosen the lace, rendering it harmless. After having avoided the police commissioner, a few door shutters, then the firemen, and after the first time meeting the rat killer and passing unnoticed by the view of the man in the felt hat, the Vicomte and I arrived safely in the third cellar between a farmhouse set and a backdrop from Le Roi de Lahore. I triggered the mechanism that controlled the stone, and we jumped into the house that Eric had built for himself in the double envelope of the opera's foundation walls. And it was most leisurely done, since Eric had been one of the first masons contracted by Charles Garnier, the architect of the opera, and he had continued to work alone, secretively, when all the work was officially suspended during the siege of Paris and the Commune. I knew my Eric far too well to presume that I would be able to figure out all the tricks he had been able to concoct during all those years underground. So I was not at all reassured by jumping into his house. I knew what he had done with some of the palaces in Mazandaran, the most honest construction in the world. He had soon turned it into the devil's house, where one could not utter a word without it being spied on, or the echo overheard by unseen ears. This is where I first learned of the hollow bricks and rooms built to echo made of limestone, a natural conductor for echoes. What family dramas and what bloody tragedies did the monster witness and leave in his wake with his trapdoors, not to mention the fact that you could never know exactly where you were in the palaces he had rigged. He had made astonishing inventions. Definitely the most bizarre, the most horrific, and the most dangerous of all was the torture chamber. Except in rare cases, when the little sultana amused herself by making the members of the middle class suffer. Only those condemned to death were allowed to enter. It was, in my opinion, the most atrocious invention of the bloody hours of Mazandaran. But what a shock it was for me, as soon as we entered the monster's residence, to realize that the room into which we had just jumped was the exact recreation of the torture chamber built in those bloody days of Mazandaran. At our feet, I discovered the Punjab cord that had filled me with dread all evening. I was certain this cord had been previously used by Joseph Bouquet. Like me, the chief scene shifter must have caught Eric one evening as he activated the mechanism controlling the stone on the third level beneath the stage. Driven by curiosity, he too had attempted to pass through before the stone sealed shut and tragically fell into the torture chamber, from which he never emerged alive. I could vividly imagine Eric dragging the corpse he wanted to dispose of to the set from Le Roi de Lahore and hanging it there, either as a macabre warning or to amplify the superstitious fear that safeguarded the vicinity of his lair. But upon reflection, Eric returned for the Punjab cord, which might have piqued the curiosity of an examining magistrate. This explained the disappearance of the hangman's noose, and here it was, lying at our feet in the torture chamber. I am no coward, but a cold sweat began to cover my face as I realized the implications. Monsieur de Chagny noticed this and asked,
"What is going on, monsieur?"
I violently gestured to him to be silent, for I could still have the supreme hope that we were in the torture chamber, without the monster knowing anything about it. And even this hope was not our salvation, because I could very well imagine, on the third level below, the torture chamber was in charge of guarding the house on the lake, and perhaps it even was automatic. Yes, the tortures could begin automatically. I advised my companion to be absolutely motionless, for I did not know what actions or gestures could trigger it. A crushing silence loomed over us, and as my red lantern continued to circle the torture chamber, light bouncing off every mirror, I recognized it. I recognized it all. We were in the center of a small room. that was perfectly hexagonal in shape. In the corners, the mirror joints could be clearly distinguished. The small sections intended to rotate on drums. Yes, I recognized them as well. And I also recognized the iron tree in a corner at the bottom of one of these small sections. The iron tree with its iron branch, intended for one to hang themselves on. I seized my companion's arm. Le Vicomte de Chagny was quivering with anticipation, all too willing to shout to his fiancée about the help he had brought to her. I feared that he could not contain himself. Suddenly, we heard a noise to our left. At first, it sounded like a door opening and closing in the next room. Then there was a muffled wail. I held Monsieur de Chagny's arm even tighter, for we distinctly heard these words.
That is my final proposal. The wedding mass or the requiem mass.
I recognized the monster's voice. After that, a long silence. I was now convinced that the monster was unaware of our presence in his house, because if he had been aware, he would have made it so we could not hear anything being said at all. All he would have had to do is close the little hermetically sealed invisible window through which the lovers of torture view the torture chamber. Furthermore, I was certain that if he had known of our presence, the tortures would have started immediately. Therefore, this gave us a great advantage over Eric, in that we were right next to him, and yet he was unaware. The most important thing was not to let him know, and I feared nothing more than the impulse of the Vicomte de Chagny, wanting to rush through the walls and join Christine, whose wail we thought we could hear from time to time.
The Requiem Mass is not at all joyful, while the Wedding Mass is something to behold. It is magnificent! A decision must be made, and we must figure out what we want to do. It is impossible for me to continue on, living like this, in a hole deep underground like a fox in a burrow. Don Juan Triumphant is finally finished, and now I want to live like everyone else. I want to have a wife like everyone else, and we will go for walks on Sundays. I have invented a mask that makes my face appear like everyone else's. No one will even turn to look at me. You will be the happiest of women, and we will sing together just for us alone until death. You are crying. You are afraid of me, and yet I am not wicked at heart. Love me and you will see. All I needed was to be loved, to be a good man. If you loved me, I would be as gentle as a lamb, and you could do whatever you like with me.
You do not love me! You do not love me! You do not love me!
Grew like the wind. Never have I heard anyone show more despair, and Monsieur de Chagny and I now understood that this frightful lamentation belonged to Eric himself. As for Christine, she must have been standing somewhere nearby, perhaps on the other side of the wall that was right in front of us, silenced by horror, no longer having the strength to scream, with the monster on his knees before her. Then he softened.
Why are you crying? You know very well that you are hurting me. You know it pains me to see you cry.
And then silence. For us, every bit of silence gave us hope that he might have left. My companion whispered to me. All we could think about was the possibility of alerting Christine to our presence without the monster suspecting anything. We could only leave the torture chamber if Christine opened the door for us. And it was only on this condition that we could help her, for we did not even know where the door was. Suddenly, the silence in the next room was disturbed by the ringing of a bell. There was a commotion on the other side of the wall, and then Eric's thunderous voice.
Someone is ringing. Who made the fox jump? Why don't they just try coming in? Who has dared disturb us at this moment? Wait for me here, my dear. I shall return in a minute. I must go tell the siren to open the door. This bell, Christine, is not merely a contraption of alarm. It is a symphony of metal and ingenuity, born from my sojourn to the land of the rising sun. In Japan, in the city of foxes, I was entranced by their delicate artistry and the profound elegance of their creations. This mechanism is a dance of precision, triggered by what I have named the stone on the lake. Imagine, s'il vous plaît, the serene surface of a lake, undisturbed until a solitary stone ripples the calm. The bell itself, mon cher, is struck by a mechanical fox of exquisite craftsmanship, embodying the guile and grace of the spirits I once encountered. Each movement of this kitsune is a perfect blend of art and mechanism, its jump producing a toll that reverberates throughout this house. It is a cry of warning, a melody of alert that calls me to attention. In this bell, beauty and utility are entwined, inspired by the serene yet cunning essence of the foxes, which I came to admire and to deeply understand. Stay here, Christine. I must see who dares to disturb us.
Then we heard footsteps moving away from us, and the door closed. I had no time to think of the new horror that was about to unfold. I forgot that the monster did not really go out, except perhaps to commit another crime. I understood only one thing, that Christine was now alone behind the wall. The Vicomte de Chagny was already calling to her.
Christine! Christine!
Since we could hear what was being said in the next room, there was no reason why my companion should not be heard in return, and yet the Vicomte had to repeat his call several times.
Christine! Christine! Can you hear me? Are you there?
Finally, we heard a faint voice.
I am dreaming.
Christine! Christine! It is me, Raoul! Silence. Please just answer me, Christine. If you are alone, in heaven's name, answer.
Raoul?
Yes, yes, it is me. It is not a dream. Christine, trust us. We are here to save you. But we cannot be careless. When you hear the monster, warn us.
Raoul? Raoul?
Yes, Christine, it is really me.
I am not dreaming?
You are not dreaming. I am really here.
But how?
Christine, please just listen. I don't know how much time we have. I am here with a friend. He led me here to you.
What friend? I do not understand. You are not making sense. I must be dreaming. No one knows how to get into this pit other than myself.
Christine, please listen. A friend who knows Eric's secrets and who knows the secret of how to get into his house. It is really me.
It is really you?
Yes, it is really me.
If I may, mademoiselle, I shall try to explain. I knew Eric in Persia. I am familiar with his tricks. I am the one you know around the opera as the Persian. I found your fiancée in distress after you disappeared and vowed to her.
It is? Really you?
Yes, Christine, it is really me.
Raoul, you are really here? You are really here. Raoul! You need to leave immediately. What if Eric discovers you are here? What if he finds your hiding place? He would not hesitate to kill. You do not understand, Raoul. Something is wrong. He has gone mad with love. He is ranting like a madman and he is not making any sense. He wants a civil marriage in front of the mayor and a church wedding in front of the priest from the Madeleine. He vowed that if I do not consent to marry him, he will kill himself and everyone along with him, and then he laughed. He's gone completely mad, and it is all my fault. I should not have lied to him. Oh, malheur, malheur, c'est un démon. And he only gave me until 11 o'clock tomorrow evening to think things over. That is it. That's the deadline. I have to make my choice then. I do not know what to do. He told me that I would have to choose between the wedding mass and the requiem mass. I am frightened, Raoul. And he said something I did not understand at all. And he kept laughing with the most evil of laughs I have ever heard. But he said, yes or...
Oh no. You must choose. And if it's no, then everyone is dead and buried. Dead and buried.
But I understood this phrase completely because, in a terrible way, it answered my dreadful feeling. And I knew all too well what horrors Eric was capable of. I did not wish to frighten the child further, so I chose not to say anything. Mademoiselle, could you tell us where Eric is?
I think I heard something. No, it was nothing. I believe he left the house.
Could you make sure?
No. I am tied up. I cannot move.
What? I will kill him!
What was that? He may still be nearby. He has incredible hearing. We do best to keep to a whisper. Our salvation, all three of us, depends upon your freedom of movement.
Oh, I will free you and I will get you away from this horrible place.
But where are you? I think I hear... No, it was nothing. There are only 2 doors in my room. The one that leads to the Louis Philippe room, of which I told you about, Raoul. A door through which Eric enters and leaves, and another which he has never opened in front of me, and which he has forbidden me to go through, because it is, he says, the most dangerous of all doors, the door that leads to torture.
Christine, we are behind that very door.
You are in the torture chamber.
Yes, but we cannot find the door. Did you hear it?
No, it is not him. He left. I recognized the sound of the lake wall closing. He went to see who the unfortunate fool was. That made the stone of the lake chime. Oh, if only I could drag myself over there. I could knock on the door, and you would then know where the door is located.
Is it a door with a lock?
Yes, it has a lock.
Suspect it can be opened on the other side with a key, like all doors. But on our side, it opens with a spring and a counterweight, and it would not be easy to find it. Mademoiselle, it is absolutely imperative that you open the door for us.
But how?
heard scuffling and the sound of a heavy chair being moved. She was trying to free herself from the bonds that imprisoned her. We shall have to get by with cunning. We will have to outsmart him. It won't be easy, but we must get the key to this
I know
door.
where it is. But, of course, he tied me up quite tight. Oh, the wretch.
Christine! Oh, Christine, please don't cry. We will find...
We don't have much time. Let me handle this matter, for we had not a moment to lose. Mademoiselle, where is the key?
In the funeral chamber, next to the organ, with another small bronze key, which he also forbade me to touch. They are both in a small leather bag, which he calls the little bag of life and death. Oh, Raoul, Raoul, run away! Everything is strange and terrible here. Eric has gone completely insane, and you are in the torture chamber. Go back, the way you came. There must be a good reason for this chamber to be called by such a name.
Christine, we will get out of here together, or we will die together.
It is up to all of us to get out of here safely, but we must remain calm. Shush, I heard something. A footstep.
No, it is not him. He left.
Mademoiselle, why did he tie you up? You cannot run away from him. He knows that.
I tried to kill myself. The monster, after bringing me here, semi-unconscious, left me here alone. He had, apparently, or so he said, gone to his banker. When he came back, he found me with my face bloody. I had tried to kill myself by striking my head against the wall. Oh no. Oh mon Dieu, he's returned. At least I finished writing to Raoul. I'll have to place my gloves on top to hide it.
Forgive me, my dear, for leaving you so abruptly, for you see I simply had to...
Christine, what has happened to your face and your head? My God, what have you done to yourself?
I tried to...
You tried to kill yourself?
Yes.
This is not what I wanted.
I know I'm sorry.
Why would you do this, Christine? Is this what you'd rather do than marry me?
Did the sight of the wedding dress I had made for you scare you so badly? Was it not the most beautiful wedding dress you have ever seen? Am I such a horrible, loathsome creature to you? Have I not always been your unseen friend? You know that I care about you, that I love you. Is the idea of living with me so terrible? Surely it was not so bad, or you would not have come back. Here now, I'm only cleaning your cuts, nothing more. Please. Please. Promise me, no matter what, you won't do this again, Christine. S'il te plaît, ma belle.
I promise.
Merci. This may sting, but it is used to clean wounds. I learned it in India, though I have never had to use it on someone else until now. I guess we both know a lot about death and a lot about pain, don't we? There, all cleaned up. You might be a little bruised, but to be honest, I have done worse to myself.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry, Christine. I like it when I can make you laugh.
Even if it is at myself. It is all right. At least I made you smile, even if it was only for a moment.
Am I such a horrible creature to you, Christine? Suis-je c'est horrible pour toi? Can you not find any love in your heart for me at all? Could you not learn to love me? I wish to seek the light. I do not intend to stay here forever in darkness. May I play a song for you?
A tragic love ballad, and then he sang. Eric's voice fills the air. I am taken by its mournful beauty, the notes weaving through the darkness of this subterranean lair. His words are like a tender caress, a balm for my wounded soul. How can a monster sing with such sorrow, such longing? His lament speaks of a cursed existence, of a love he can never attain. I hear the pain in his voice, the desperation of a heart bound by chains of fear and rejection. He sings of beauty, fleeting and unattainable, and it touches something deep within me. Have I not too felt like a prisoner of fate, caught between duty and desire? Oh Eric, you see yourself as a beast, but your song reveals the man behind the mask. In this moment, I see your humanity, your vulnerability. You are more than your face, more than the terror you evoke. You are a soul in torment, longing for a light that seems forever out of reach. His melody lifts me, carries me away from the despair that clings to my heart. I find myself wishing for a way to ease his suffering, to bring him the redemption he seeks. Could there be a world where we are not bound by the past, where love could bloom even in the darkest corners? As I listen, my mind drifts to the fairy tales I cherished as a child, stories of cursed princes and the power of love to break any spell. Could our story be one of redemption, of two lost souls finding solace in each other's arms? The thought is as sweet as it is dangerous.
Montrer mon âme, quel est ce visage
Christine. You are putting on a wedding gown. Does this mean you said yes to me? You are crying. Christine!
Eric, I reached out to stroke his cheek, but something dark darted from behind him, just as the tips of my fingers brushed the fabric on his chin. I started to feel strange. My mood started to darken. Eric looked down at me.
My bad. What an odd couple we would make. But I would make you happy, you know. You would be the happiest of... What is wrong, Christine?
Hit your head again. Do it. You are never getting out of this cellar alive. You know it is true. What about Raoul? You betrayed him too. You should have left when he told you to. But you didn't. And now you are here alone with him, and you know he is not letting you go again. Not after you tried to elope with the Vicomte. Not now that he has you here with him alone. Go on, do it. He has always wanted a dead wife anyway. Go on, hit your head again. Do it. You are never getting out of this cellar alive.
Christine!
Why can't I move? Why can't I move? I cannot move.
Christine? Christine! Stop! What is happening?
I had tried to kill myself by striking my head against the wall. And so he tied me up, and he told me,
You are not allowed to die until tomorrow. The wedding mass. Or the requiem mass.
Mademoiselle, if it was the monster who tied you up, he is the only one who can untie you. It is only a question of acting the part that is necessary for it. Do not forget that he loves you.
my lord, how could I ever forget it?
Mademoiselle, you will have to charm him. Remember to smile at him. You are an actress, after all. Plead with him. You must tell him that the bonds are hurting you. Make him believe you are in pain.
Shh. I hear a sound in the wall of the lake. Oh, it's him. Get out of here. Go away. Go away, please.
We would not leave, even if we wanted to. And besides, we cannot leave anyway. We are stuck in the torture chamber.
Oh, I beg your pardon for allowing you to see my face like this. I am a pretty sight, no? It was the other one's fault. Why did he ring? Do I ask those who pass by me what time it is? Oh, well, he will not be asking anyone for the time anymore. But it is completely the siren's fault. Always the siren. Why did you cry out, Christine?
Because I am in pain, Eric.
I thought I had frightened you.
Eric, loosen the bonds. Am I not your prisoner already?
You will only try to kill yourself again.
You gave me until 11 o'clock tomorrow night, Eric.
Ah, well. After all, since we are to die together, and I am just as eager as you, I have had enough of this life too, you understand. Wait. Do not move. I'm only going to free you. I am untying you. You only have to say one word, you know. Just one little word. No. And it will be over immediately. For everyone. Ah, yes. Because it would have been even more beautiful. You are right, you know. Why wait until 11 o'clock tomorrow night? Why should we? I always had a bad obsession with formalities. The dramatic, the grandiose. It is childish. In life, one must think only of oneself and of our own mortality. Everything else is superfluous. Do you see how wet I am? Oh, my dear, it is because I made a mistake. A big mistake by going out. It's the kind of weather you wouldn't put a dog out in. Apart from that, Christine, I do believe that I am having hallucinations. You know, the one who rang the bell at the siren's home earlier? Go and see if he's
Ringing at the bottom of the lake.
Yeah. Well, there. Turn around. Are you content now? You're free. My God, your wrists, Christine. I have hurt them, haven't I? That alone deserves death. Oh, speaking of death, I must sing him his mass.
Upon hearing these terrible words, I could not help but have a dreadful, ominous feeling. I too had once rang at the monster's door, and without knowing it, of course, I must have tripped some warning signal, and I remembered the two arms that came out of the waters, as black as ink. Who was the unfortunate soul lost on these shores? The thought of that unfortunate man almost prevented me from rejoicing at Christine's ruse.
She's free. Who was it? Who was the other? The one for whom we are now hearing the Requiem Mass.
Oh, that sublime and furious song. The whole house on the lake rumbled. The very bowels of the earth were shuddering. We had pressed our ears against the mirrored wall in order to hear Christine play out her deceitful game, the performance for our deliverance, but all we could hear was the Requiem Mass. which was more like a mass for the damned, being played in the bowels of the earth, encircled by demons. The Dies Irae he was singing enveloped us like a thunderstorm brewing overhead. Yes, it was like having thunder and lightning all around us. I had heard him sing many times before. He even made the stone androcephalus bulls sing on the walls of the Mazendaran palace. But I had never heard him sing like that before. He was singing like the god of thunder.
The requiem echoes around me, heavy and oppressive, like the weight of the grave. Eric's music fills every corner of this place, leaving no room for hope, only the cold certainty of death. He has given me only until 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. It sends a shiver down my spine to even think of it. What am I to do? The thought of becoming his wife, it is unbearable. Yet what choice do I have? If I refuse, he will unleash his fury upon everyone, and I will be the cause of that horror. My eyes fall upon the bag. Could it hold some answer? Some way out of this nightmare? I hesitate, unsure of how to get to the bag without being discovered. Time was quickly slipping away, and with it, any chance of escape. I must somehow get those keys. The words he sang were a plea for mercy, but where is any mercy in this dark place? Eric's voice mingles with the organ, rising like a tide, and I feel myself being swept away. He has such power that terrifies me, that leaves me trembling. Yet in his own twisted way, he loves me. I can see it in his eyes, hear it in his music, but it is a love that smothers, that leaves no room for light or air. How can I live like this? Bag. Perhaps it offers some small hope, some way to delay the inevitable. My hands tremble as I reach for it, praying that he does not notice, that he remains lost in his music.
And then Eric's voice somehow multiplied, and it sounded like a heavenly choir. Clearly he accomplished this by using something to multiply the echo of his own voice as he sang, to trick the ear into thinking multiple voices were singing all at once.
Then suddenly Eric's voice cuts through the music, speaking in a language I've never heard. It's jarring, foreign, as if he's been possessed by some otherworldly spirit. I've never heard him speak like this before. The trumpet sounds, clear and sharp, cutting through the chaos. For a moment, there is silence, a pause in the storm. I cling to that silence, to the small flicker of hope it brings. Perhaps, just perhaps, there is a way out. Eric is so focused on his music, so lost in the world he has created. Maybe he will not notice. I snuck past him as he was playing. He did not see me.
He started to sing in Japanese. I recognized it, but I could not understand the words he sang. What wasted genius rotted down here in this tomb? What artistry of song was the world deprived of because fate saw fit to make him a monster instead of a man?
The music weeps for the dead, but we are not dead yet. There is still time, still hope, though it is faint.
Monsieur de Chagny and myself waited with bated breath for Christine Daae's next move. We had no way of knowing what was going on the other side of the wall, other than the infernal mass he sang. All we could do was hope and pray that Mademoiselle Daae could find a way to get the bag of keys without alerting the monster, or we shall all be doomed.
I slid quietly along the wall, inch by inch, slowly, so I did not alert him to my presence. The music roars around me, fierce and relentless, and I feel as though the very walls are closing in. Eric's anger is palpable, a force that could consume us all, and I am at the center of it. My heart races as I think of what will happen when the clock strikes 11. I cannot let it come to that. I cannot let him destroy everything in his madness. I stared at the bag hanging on the wall for a moment and took a deep breath. My hands tremble as I reach for it, praying that he does not notice, that he remains lost in his music. It feels wrong to take it, to betray him when he set me free from my bonds. But what else can I do? I closed my eyes, trying to gather the courage I need. I must act before it's too late.
So I
have you done with my bag? What have you done with my bag, Christine?
Christine Day could not have been shaking more than we were.
So, it was to take my bag that you wanted me to free you, Tell me why. Why, pray tell, did you decide at that very moment, in the middle of my mass, my requiem mass, no less? Why, little treacherous one, did you slink over to that hook there, just beyond my peripheral vision, to steal my bag like a conniving little church mouse pilfers cheese?
We could hear hurried footsteps of Christine running back to the Louis Philippe room.
Why are you running away, Christine? Why are you running away? Give me back my bag, will you? Don't you know that this is the bag of life and death?
Listen to me, Eric. Since it has now been agreed upon that we must live together, why should it matter to you? Everything that's yours belongs to me.
You know very well that there are only 2 keys in there. What are you planning to do with them?
I would like to visit this chamber that I have never seen, and that you have always hidden from me. It is only a woman's curiosity.
I do not like curious women, and you would do well to recall the story of Bluebeard and beware. Come on, give me back my bag. Give me back my bag. Leave the key alone, will you? Curious little thing. Give it back to me, Christine. Give it back. Well, now, did you just hear something, Christine?
No. I did not hear anything.
It sounded to me like a cry.
A cry? Are you going mad, Eric? Who do you think would be crying out down here in this house? It was me who cried out because you were hurting me. I did not hear anything.
And yet, as you were talking, you started to tremble.
I am not trembling.
You are trembling. You are quite nervous. You are lying. Someone cried out. I know I heard someone cry out. There is someone in the torture chamber.
There is no one there, Eric.
Yes. I understand now.
There is no one.
Perhaps a Persian rat who has been sniffing around my home for far too long, looking for trouble simply because he cannot take a hint. And the Comte, I mean Vicomte. Your fiancé, perhaps?
I do not have a fiancé. You know that.
So, le vescothage la cercano anglanandella vixnoker. So, the weasel and the wolf break into the fox's den. Well, not to worry then. It is not very hard to find out, ma petite Christine, my love. There's no need to open the door to discover what's unfolding in the torture chamber. Would you like to see it? Would you like to see? Here. If there is indeed someone in there, you will see the invisible window light up there, near the ceiling. All you have to do is pull back the black curtain and turn off the light here. There. It is done. Let us turn off the light. You are not afraid of the dark? In the company of your dear husband, are you?
No, please don't turn off the light. I am afraid. I am afraid of the dark. I am not interested in this room anymore. You are always scaring me, like a child with this torture chamber. I was curious, it is true, but it does not interest me at all anymore.
And then, what I feared above all else began automatically. Suddenly, we were flooded with light. The Vicomte de Chagny, who was not expecting it, was so surprised that he staggered backward.
I told you there was someone. Do you see it now? Look at the window, the luminous window, up there. From behind this wall, it's invisible to those within. But you must climb the ladder. That is what it's there for. You've often asked me what it was used for. Well, now you know. It's for peering into the window of my torture chamber. So curious you are.
What tortures? What tortures are in there behind the wall? Eric! Eric! Tell me you are just trying to frighten me. Eric, tell me if you love me. Tell me there are no tortures in there. That these are just children's stories.
Come and see, my darling, through the little window.
The Vicomte, standing next to me, may not have heard the young woman's trembling voice, as he was transfixed by the astonishing scene unfolding before his shocked eyes. Meanwhile, I had become all too familiar with this sight, having seen it through the small window myself during the bloody hours of Mazanderan. My focus was entirely on the voices beyond the wall, seeking a decisive course of action.
Come and see, my darling, through the little window. And then you can tell me afterwards what his perfect nose looks like. Go on, up the steps. No? Oh, well then, never mind. I will climb up myself, my dear.
All right. I will look. Allow me.
Oh, my little darling. How very sweet you are. It is so very kind of you to spare me the trouble and pain at my age. Tell me, will you, what his nose looks like? If people only knew how lucky they were to even have a nose of their own. They would never have wandered into the torture chamber.
At that moment, we heard distinctly above our heads.
There is no one there, mon ami.
No one? Are you sure there is no one?
Upon my word, no. There is no one.
Ah. Well, so much the better. What is the matter, Christine? Come on, what is wrong? What, you're not going to faint, are you? Since there is no one. Here, come down. There. Compose yourself, my dear. Since there is no one. But how did you like the landscape?
Oh, It's very nice.
Come now, that is better, isn't it? You feel better. Good. No need to be emotional. And what a strange house, isn't it? What a strange house, is it not, where you can see such scenery?
Yes, your house reminds me of Les Palais des Mirages. But those are not torture chambers. Please tell me, Eric. There are no tortures in there. You frightened me, you know.
Frightened you? Oh, but why, since there is no one there?
Did you design this chamber, Eric? It is very beautiful. Truly, you are without a doubt a great artist.
Yes. A great artist in my own way.
But tell me, Eric, why do you call this room the torture chamber?
Oh, but it is quite simple. But first, what did you see?
I saw a forest.
And what is in a forest?
Trees.
And what is in a tree?
Birds?
Did you see any birds?
No, I did not see any birds.
No foxes dancing in the moonlight?
No, there were no foxes, Eric.
How sad. How terribly sad. So then what did you see? Think! You saw branches, but what was in a branch? There is a gibbet. And there you are. The reason I call my forest the torture chamber. You see, it is only a figure of speech. It is all just a joke. I never express myself like others do. I do not do anything like others do. But I'm so tired of it. So very tired. I have had enough. I have had enough, you see, of having a forest and a torture chamber in my house. And of living like some charlatan trickster, always hiding in the shadows and behind hidden doors. I have had enough. I am done. I want to have a quiet apartment with ordinary doors and windows and an honest wife inside, like everyone else. You should understand that, Christine, and I should not have to keep repeating it over and over again. I want a wife like everyone else. A wife that I could love, whom I could take for walks on Sunday and make her laugh all week long. You know, you would not be bored with me. I have more than one trick up my sleeve, not counting the card tricks. Here, would you like me to perform some card tricks for you? That will help pass the time until 11 o'clock tomorrow evening, my little Christine. My dear little Christine, are you listening to me? You are not pushing me away anymore, are you? You love me? No. You do not love me. But that does not matter. You will love me. Before, you could not look upon my mask because you knew what was behind it. And now, you are willing to look at it and you forget what's there, and you do not want to push me away anymore. One can get used to anything when one wants, if one is willing. Many young people who did not love each other before marriage have come to adore each other afterward. Oh, I do not even know what I'm saying anymore. But you would have fun with me. There is no one like me. For example, I swear before the good Lord who will marry us if you would only see reason. There is no one who can do ventriloquism quite like me. I am the greatest ventriloquist in the world.
The wretch was indeed the greatest ventriloquist in the world, and he was now quite obviously trying to divert her attention away from the torture chamber by amazing the girl. A foolish move, for Christine was only thinking of us.
Turn off the little window. Eric, please, turn off the little window.
For she thought that this light, which had suddenly appeared in the little window, and which the monster had spoken so threateningly about, had a terrible reason for being on. Only one thing must have momentarily calmed her, and that was when she saw both of us, behind the wall, in the center of that magnificent blaze, standing upright and alive. But she would have been more at ease, certainly, if the light had been turned off.
You are laughing at me. Maybe you do not believe me. Listen.
Here I left my mask a little, oh, just a little. Can you see my lips, such lips that I have? They do not move, my mouth is closed. What sort of mouth do I have? Yet you hear my voice. I speak with my belly like the Greeks old. For their sacred practices, ventriloquist I am told. My voice, it travels, where would you like it to go? In your left ear, your right ear, in the cable's flow. In the lily boxes on the mantel, all that surprised you. My voice is in the little boxes, lying near you. Or far away, loud or soft, high-pitched or nasal. My voice can go anywhere, imitate anything. Listen, my dear, in the clock on the mantle, tick-tock, time to make a decision. Now it's in the small box to the right, shall we turn the scorpion? Now it's in the small box to the left, shall we turn the grasshopper? In the small leather bag it says, I am the little bag of life and death. Now the carnator's throat, golden crystalline, mantle sings, bringing down the chandelier. It's Eric's voice now, listen Christine, my darling. She's behind the walls of this subterranean tomb. Overhearing a new girl's plea for an angel of music. A sign from God that her father is alright. And now listen, she behind the door of the torture chamber. It is me who is in the torture chamber. Oh, to those who wander here, ha 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 ha, and bury your noses into the torture chamber. Listen to me, Christine, my dear. I am the one in the torture chamber. Listen to me, it's me who's here. Ha 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 Listen to me, Christine, my dear. I am the one in the torture chamber. Listen to me. It's me who's here.
That accursed voice of the formidable ventriloquist, it was everywhere, echoing through the very air around us. It seeped through the tiny, invisible window, permeated the walls, and circled ominously between us. Sinister and all-encompassing, spoke directly to us. We lunged towards the sound. It eluded us, quicker and more elusive than any echo. Eric's voice ricocheted off the walls before retreating into the shadows once more. Everything fell silent. And then...
You are exhausting me with your voice. Be quiet, Eric. Do you find it to be rather hot in here?
Oh, yes. Remember your Balzac, my dear. Are you certain? Are you quite sure. Do you swear on this, our marriage Bible, and the rosary I gave you, that there is no one there?
I swear, Eric, on the cross and before God, there is no one in this house apart from you and I. Eric, it feels quite hot in here. I have sworn, please turn the light off.
Oh, yes. The heat is becoming rather intolerable, isn't it?
What the hell is this? The wall is hot. The wall is burning. The wall is burning.
I will tell you, Christine, my darling. It is because of the forest next door.
Come now. What do you mean by the forest?
Did you not see that it was a rainforest? A rainforest from the African Congo.
Eric, it wasn't him. Eric!
Christine! Are you alright? Christine, say something! Christine! What's going on?
And so, the tortures begin. I could no longer hold him back. But we could only hear the monster's laughter, and the monster himself must have only heard his own laughter. And then there was the sound of a quick struggle, a body falling to the floor and being dragged away. And then nothing more, nothing around us, but the blazing silence of noon in the heart of an African forest. I have said previously this chamber, in which we now found ourselves, was hexagonal in shape and covered entirely from floor to ceiling with mirrors. Chambers like this have been seen before, particularly in certain exhibitions. Even Leonardo da Vinci designed his Sala degli Specchi. These kinds of rooms are built in the same manner as this one, and they are called House of the Mirages, or Palace of the Illusions. But the way this chamber works was entirely Eric's invention. He built, in front of me, the first room of its kind during the bloody hours of Mazenderan. I still remember the way he described its function as he was building it.
For example, placing a decorative motif in the corners like a column instantly transforms the space into a palace with 1,000 columns. The mirrors effect makes the real hall appear enlarged by 6 hexagonal rooms, each multiplying indefinitely.
Once, to amuse the little sultana, he had set up decor that became an endless temple. But the little sultana soon tired of such a childish illusion, and so Eric transformed his invention into a torture chamber. Instead of the motif in the corners, he placed an iron tree in the first scene. Why was this tree, which perfectly imitated life with its painted leaves and branches, made of iron? Because it had to be strong enough to withstand all the attacks of the patient who was locked in the torture chamber. We will soon see how one scene could be instantly transformed into 2 consecutive scenes, thanks to the automatic rotating drums located in the corners, divided into 3 parts, following the angles of the mirrors. each bearing a different decorative motif that appeared in turn. The walls of this strange room offered no way for the victim to grab hold of them, because apart from the unfailing durability of the decorative motif, they were lined entirely with mirrors. Mirrors thick enough to withstand the rage of the miserable wretch who was unfortunate enough to be thrown in there, always with bare feet and empty-handed. There was no furniture, and the ceiling was lit up very brightly. This was done by an ingenious system of electric heating which has since been imitated, allowing the possibility to increase the temperature of the room's walls at will, giving the room its desired atmosphere. I have explained all the precise details of this completely natural invention, which creates a supernatural illusion with a few painted branches making up a rainforest set ablaze by the midday sun. No one can question the present state of my mind. No one has the right to say, this man has gone mad, this man is lying, or this man takes us for fools. When the ceiling and the forest around us lit up, the Vicomte's astonishment was beyond anything anyone could have imagined. The sight of this impenetrable forest, with its countless trunks and branches encircling us to infinity, plunged him into a state of frightful confusion. He ran his hands over his forehead as if trying to dispel a dream, and his eyes blinked, struggling to regain a sense of reality. For a moment, he even forgot to listen. Nothing about this room surprised me, so I listened closely for both of us to what was happening in the next room. My attention was drawn to a particular mirror. I noticed that certain sections of it were distressed. The mirror bore scratches, and something had managed to crack it, despite its sturdiness. This left no doubt in my mind. The torture chamber we found ourselves in had already been used. Yes, indeed. Joseph Bouquet had been here. That unfortunate man whose hands and feet were protected by boots was more fortunate than those condemned during the bloody hours of Mazenderan, who would be forced into such a chamber, barefoot and empty-handed. Poor Monsieur Bouquet had certainly fallen into this deadly illusion. Driven mad with rage, he must have struck the mirrors which, despite their slight damage, continued to reflect his dying agony. The branch of the tree where he ended his torture was positioned in such a way that before death he would have seen as his ultimate solace 1,000 hanged men strangling alongside him. And I wondered if we were going to die the same way as him. But I did not believe so, for I knew that we still had a few hours ahead of us, and that I would be able to use them, perhaps a bit more successfully than poor Joseph Bouquet had been able to. After all, I had extensive knowledge of Eric's tricks, and now was my chance to put it to good use. There was no way we could go back through the passage that had led us to this accursed chamber. The walls were too high, and not even the branches of the iron tree could help us back up. There was only one way out, the door that opened into the Louis-Philippe room. And this was where Eric and Christine Daae were. But if this exit was an ordinary door on Christine's side, it was completely invisible to us on ours. We had to try to open it without even knowing where it was, which was no easy task. In any case, I knew there must be a way out of the torture chamber by way of some door, because I had seen Eric returning home by way of this chamber. When I was quite sure that there was no more hope for us or for Christine Day, and when I heard the monster leading her, or rather dragging the unfortunate young girl out of what I assumed was her bedroom to prevent her from interfering with our torture, a surge of desperation and determination welled up within me. I resolved to go back and search for a way to open the door, my heart pounding with both fear and resolve. But first, I had to calm Monsieur de Chagny, who was already walking around the clearing like a hallucinating madman, uttering incoherent cries. The snatches of conversation that he had been able to overhear, in spite of his panicked confusion between Christine and the monster, had done nothing to set his mind at ease. If you add this to the awful shock of the magic forest and the intense heat which was beginning to make sweat run down his temples, you will have no trouble understanding Monsieur de Chagny's state of mind, for he was beginning to undergo a certain elation. Despite all my warnings, my companion no longer exercised any caution. He went back and forth without reason, rushing towards a non-existent space, believing he was entering an alley that led him to the horizon, and hitting his forehead after a few steps against the very reflection of his forest illusion.
Christine!
Raoul's voice echoed through the chamber, growing more frantic with each cry. He clutched his head, pulling at his hair as he staggered through the illusory forest. His eyes were wild, darting around the mirrors that surrounded us.
Christine, where are you? Christine! Christine! Damn you, Eric! Face me, you coward! Christine!
His screams were a mix of rage and despair,
Oh God, Christine,
his voice breaking as he called out,
speak to me! Christine,
again and again. And he waved his pistol, still calling with all his might for the monster, challenging the angel of music to a duel to the death, all the while cursing his illusory forest.
Eric, and down this forest!
The torture had clearly taken its toll on his unprepared mind, making it difficult for him to distinguish reality from the illusion. I tried as much as I could to counter the effects, reasoning as calmly as possible with the poor Vicomte. I made him touch the mirrors and the iron tree, the branches on the drums, and explained according to the laws of optics how all the illuminated imagery that surrounded us was just a clever trick. I wanted him to understand that we could not, like vulgar ignoramuses, fall victim to these illusions. We are in a room, a small chamber. That is what you have to keep telling yourself. And we will get out of this chamber when we find the door. So let us look for it. I promised him that if he would let me, without distracting me with his screams and walking around like a lunatic, I would find the trick of the door within an hour. Then he lay down flat on the floor, as one might do in the woods, and declared that he would wait until I had found the door to the forest, since he had nothing more important to do. And he thought it necessary to add that from where he was lying.
The view, it is splendid.
It appears the torture, despite everything I had said was working. As for myself, I picked a mirror panel and began to feel around it in all directions, searching for the weak point on which to press to make the doors turn, according to Eric's system of pivoting doors and traps. Sometimes, this weak point could be a simple spot on the mirror, the size of a pea, and under which the spring to be triggered was located. I searched, and I searched. I felt as high as my hands could reach. I thought that he might not have mounted the spring higher than necessary for his height. It was just a hypothesis, but my only hope. I had decided without hesitation to meticulously inspect the 6 mirror panels and then to examine the floor as carefully as possible. As I felt the panels very carefully, I was careful not to lose even a minute, because the heat was starting to affect me more and more, and we were literally cooking in this burning forest. I had been working like this for half an hour and had already finished checking 3 panels when, as bad fortune would have it, I had to turn around when I heard a muffled exclamation from the Vicomte.
Mirrors are reflecting an infernal heat. Will you find your spring soon? If you take much longer, we will roast in here.
And he took a breath of hot air that almost made him faint. I was not displeased to hear him speak in this way. He had not said a word about the forest, and I hoped that my companion's reason could hold out long enough against the torture. What consoles me is that the monster has given Christine until 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. If we cannot escape from here and rescue her, then at least we will be dead before she is. Eric's mass serves for everyone. Since I did not have the same desperate reasons as Monsieur le Vicomte de Chagny to accept death, I turned back around after a few words of encouragement towards my mirror panel. But I had been wrong in taking a few steps while talking. So much so that in the incredible entanglement of the illusory forest, I could no longer be certain where my mirror panel was. I was obliged to start all over again, at random. Also, I could not help expressing my disappointment. And the Vicomte understood that it had to be redone. It was a further blow to him.
We will never get out of this forest. Never, ever.
He began to babble,
Never, ever, ever.
his voice trembling.
Comme 2 enfants, perdus dans les bois. Et la sorcière n'est pas loin. La sorcière n'est pas loin. Nous ne sortirons jamais de cette forêt.
We are like 2 children, lost in the woods, and the witch is not far. The witch is not far. She is coming for us. We will never escape.
I resumed searching, feeling around. The fevered delirium was taking hold of me too, because I had found nothing. Absolutely nothing. The next room was still silent. We were quite lost in the forest, with no way out, no compass, no guide, or anything at all. Oh, I knew what awaited us if no one came to our rescue, or if I did not find the spring. But no matter how hard I searched for the spring, I only found branches, remarkably beautiful branches that stretched straight out in front of me or curved precariously over my head, but they did not produce any shade. It was quite natural anyway, since we were in a rainforest with the sun right above our heads, a forest in the Congo. Several times, Monsieur de Chagny and I had taken off and put back on our dress coats, finding sometimes that it made us more hot, and on the contrary, sometimes it protected us from the heat. I was still mentally resisting, but Monsieur de Chagny seemed to be completely gone. He claimed that he had been walking for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping in this forest, looking for Christine Daae. From time to time, He thought he saw her behind a tree trunk or slipping through the branches, and called her with pleading words that brought tears to my eyes.
Christine! Christine! Why are you running away from me? Do you not love me? Are we not engaged? Christine, stop! You can see I am exhausted. Christine, have pity. I am going to die in the forest, far away from you. Oh, I am so thirsty.
I was thirsty as well. My throat was on fire. Nevertheless, I was now crouched on the floor. It did not prevent me from searching for the spring to the invisible door, especially since staying in the forest became dangerous as evening approached. Already the shadow of the night began to envelop us. This had come very quickly, as night falls in equatorial countries, suddenly and with hardly any twilight. However, the night in the equatorial forests does not bring a drop in temperature and is always dangerous, especially when one lacks anything to light a fire to keep ferocious beasts at bay. For a moment, I had abandoned the search for the spring and tried to break off branches to light with my dark lantern. But I collided with the infamous mirrors, reminding me that we were only dealing with reflected images of branches. With the daylight now behind us, the heat had not gone with it. On the contrary, it was now even hotter under the blue glow of the moon. I advised Monsieur le Vicomte to keep our weapons ready to fire and not to stray too far from our encampment, while I continued searching for the spring. Suddenly, a lion's roar was heard just a few steps away. Our ears were ringing from how loud it was.
Oh, he's not far off. Do you see him? There, through the trees, in that thicket. If he roars again, I will shoot.
And another roar, only more formidable than the last. And Monsieur le Vicomte fired a shot. But I do not think he hit the lion. He only shattered a mirror. I noticed it the next morning at dawn. During the night, we must have covered a good distance, for we suddenly found ourselves at the edge of the desert, an immense desert of sand, stones, and rocks. It was really not worth leaving the forest to go out into the desert. Exhausted, I lay down beside the Vicomte, personally tired of looking for springs that I could not find. I was completely surprised that we had not had any other bad encounters during the night. Typically, after the lion, there was a leopard, and then sometimes the buzzing of the tsetse fly. These effects were very easy to achieve, I explained to Monsieur de Chagny while we were resting before crossing the desert. That Eric achieved the lion's roar with an elongated drum, fitted with a donkey skin drum head at one end. On top of this drum head is attached a guts cord fastened by its center to another cord of the same type that stretches the total length of the drum. To play it, Eric only has to rub this cord with a glove coated with rosin, and by the method in which it is rubbed, it produces a sound that can imitate the roar of a lion, or a leopard, or even the buzzing of the tsetse fly. The notion that Eric could be in the room next to us, playing his imitation sounds, suddenly gave me resolve to try and negotiate with him, since obviously I had to give up the idea of surprising him. And now he had to know what to expect from the inhabitants of the torture chamber. I called out him. Eric! I shouted as loud as I could across the desert, but there was no answer to my voice. All around us, silence and the barren immensity. of this rocky desert. What was to become of us in the middle of this awful solitude? We were literally starting to die of heat, hunger, and thirst, but especially thirst. We were literally starting to die of heat, hunger, and thirst, but especially thirst. Then I saw Monsieur de Chagny raise himself on his elbow and pointed to a spot on the horizon. He had just discovered an oasis. Yes, far off in the distance, the desert opened into a lush oasis. An oasis with water. Water as clear as glass. Water that reflected the iron tree. Yes, that was the mirage scene. I recognized it immediately. The most terrible one of all. No one had been able to survive it. No one. I tried to retain all my reason and not to hope for water. But panic had started to set in. Because I knew that if one hoped for water, the water had reflected the iron tree. And after one tried to drink the water and instead collide into the mirror, there was only one thing left to do. Hang yourself from the iron tree. It is a mirage. The water is not real. It is another trick of the mirrors.
Mirror tricks, your springs, your revolving doors, and your palace of mirages. You are crazy or blind. How can you not see all that cool water flowing over there between so many beautiful trees to think it is not real? And yet the desert is real, and the forest too. I am not one who can be easily deceived. I have traveled to many countries.
And he drug himself along.
Water, water.
And his mouth was hanging open as he was trying to drink water. And my mouth was also open as though I was drinking. Because not only did we see the water, but we heard it as well. We could hear it flowing and splashing. In other words, a torture more unbearable than all the rest. For we now heard rain. And yet it was not raining. It was a demonic invention. I knew very well how Eric had achieved this trick. He filled a very narrow, long box and divided it at intervals with wooden and metal shelves, then put small stones in. The stones would hit these shelves and bounce from one to the other as they fell. This resulted in pattering sounds that reminded one of the roar of a rainstorm. You should have seen how we were sticking out our tongues while dragging ourselves toward the lapping shoreline. Our eyes and our ears were full of water, but our tongues remained dry as bone. When we reached the mirror, Monsieur de Chagny licked it. And I did too. It was burning hot. Then we rolled on the ground with a despairing groan. Monsieur de Chagny placed the last loaded pistol to his temple, and I looked down at the Punjab lace at my feet. I knew all too well why, in this third scene, the iron tree had returned. The iron tree was waiting for me.
Au revoir, Christine. Au revoir.
But as I looked at the Punjab lace, I saw something that made me flinch so violently that Monsieur de Chagny stopped his attempt to commit suicide. I seized his arm. Then I grabbed the pistol from his hand. And then I crawled on my knees towards what I saw. I had just discovered near the Punjab lace let in a groove in the floor. A black-headed nail whose purpose I did not ignore. At last, I had found the spring. The spring that would open the door. That would give us our freedom. The spring that would deliver Eric to us. I felt the nail. I looked up at Monsieur de Chagny, a beaming smile. The black-headed nail gave way under my pressure, and then... It was not a door that opened in the wall, but a trapdoor that opened in the floor. Immediately, up from this black hole, fresh air rushed towards us. We leaned over this square of darkness, as if leaning over a crystal-clear spring. With our chins in the cool shadow, we drank it in, and we bent over closer and closer to the trapdoor. What could possibly be in this hole? In this cellar, which door had just mysteriously opened its door in the floor? Perhaps there was water down there. Water to drink? I reached out into the darkness and encountered a stone, and then another. A staircase, a black staircase that went down to the cellar. The Vicomte was already ready to throw himself into the hole. Even if there was no water down there, one could escape the burning clutches of those abominable mirrors. But I stopped the Vicomte, because I feared another of the monster's tricks. I insisted I go first, and my dark lantern illuminated as I went down first. The staircase plunged into the deepest darkness and spiraled down. The sweet coolness of the staircase and the darkness rushing towards it. The coolness we felt likely came not from Eric's ventilation system, but from the earth itself, which must have been saturated with water at this depth. This suggested that the lake was not far away. We were soon at the bottom of the staircase. Our eyes began adjusting to the darkness and to distinguish around us shapes. Round shapes on which I directed the bright beam of my lantern. Barrels! We were in Eric's cellar. This must be where he stores his wine, and perhaps his drinking water. I knew that Eric was very fond of good wines. And down here, there was plenty to drink. Monsieur de Chagny patted the round shapes and kept on repeating.
Barrels, barrels, so many barrels.
In fact, there were a large number of them lined up very symmetrically in two rows between which we were standing. These were small barrels, and I assumed that Eric must have chosen them based on size that would be the easiest to transport to the house on the lake. We examined them one after another, searching for some kind of spigot in one of them, indicating that it had been tapped and wine could be taken intermittently. But all the barrels were hermetically sealed. Then, after lifting one half up to check to see if it was full, we got down on our knees. And with the blade of a small knife that I had on me, I loosened the cork. At that moment, as though coming from very far away, I seemed to hear a kind of monotone song whose rhythm was familiar to me, because I had heard it very often in the streets of Paris. My hand froze on the cork. Monsieur de Chagny had heard it as well.
Do you have barrels for sale? Tellement, tellement. Avez-vous une bête dans nous à vendre? Barrels, barrels. Do you have barrels for sale? De beaux tonneaux à fondre. Beautiful barrels to sell. De bois solide et tendre. Of solid and tender wood. Des vieux et Comment, avez-vous des tonneaux à vendre? Barras, do you have barrels for sale? Comment, avez-vous des tonneaux à vendre? Barras, do you have barrels for sale?
It is inside. It is inside the barrel. Oh, I swear to you that the song, even though it sounds further away, is coming from inside the barrel.
Avez-vous des tonneaux à vendre? Barras, do you have barrels for sale? Comment, avez-vous des tonneaux à vendre? Barras, do you have barrels for sale?
But we heard nothing more, and we ended up attributing it to our poor state of mind, a serious disturbance of our senses. We returned to the cork. Monsieur de Chagny placed his two hands underneath, and with one final effort, I popped the cork out.
What is this? This is not water!
The Vicomte had brought the barrel over to my lantern. I leaned over the Vicomte's hands and immediately threw my lantern so sharply away from us that it broke and went out and was completely useless to us. For what I had just seen in the barrel that Monsieur de Chagny was holding was gunpowder. The wretched creature hadn't misled me with his vague threats against many members of the human race. Outside the confines of humanity, he had built a bizarre refuge beneath the earth, far away from the eyes of the human race, and was resolved to destroy everything with him in a catastrophic blast if anyone above ground came to hunt him down in his hidden sanctuary, where he had taken refuge, hiding his monstrous ugliness. The discovery we had just made threw us into an emotional turmoil that made us forget all our previous pains and all our present suffering. Our extraordinary situation, when we had just been on the verge of suicide, had not yet revealed itself to us in all its abject terror. For we now understood what the monster had meant when he said those abominable words to Christine Daae.
Yes or no? You must choose. And if it's no, then everyone is dead and buried. Dead and buried.
Yes, buried underneath the debris of what had been the Great Paris Opera House. Could a more appalling crime possibly be imagined? To leave the world behind with such a horrible finale, plotted in the tranquility of his underground lair, the impending disaster would serve to avenge the frightful love of the most horrible monster to have ever walked the face of the earth.
Tomorrow night at 11 o'clock, the final tagline.
He had purposely purposely chosen his hour well, for there would be many people at the gala event, many members of the human race, up there in the glittering heights of the Palace of Music. Was it possible to dream of a more beautiful funeral procession? He was going to descend into his grave along with the world's most beautiful people, adorned with all those jewels. We were going to blow up in the middle of the performance. If Christine Daae said no tomorrow evening at 11 o'clock, and how could Christine Daae not say no? Would she not rather marry death itself than that living corpse? Was she unaware that the fate of many members of the human race depended upon her answer? Oh, that dreaded hour, tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. Finally, I found the staircase, but I suddenly stood up straight on the first step because a terrible thought had just ignited in my brain. What time is it? There is no light to even read my pocket watch. I needed to know the time because tomorrow night at 11 o'clock could be right now. Who could tell us what time it was down here? It seemed to me that we had been locked up in this hell for days, for years, since the beginning of time. Perhaps all this will blow up at any given moment.
Ah, a noise. A creaking sound. Did you hear it, monsieur? There, in that corner. It sounds like a type of mechanism. And again, oh, we need light. Perhaps it is the mechanism that is going to blow everything up. I tell you, I heard a creaking sound.
Monsieur de Chagny and I started scrambling like madmen. Fear was gaining on us as we struggled to rush up the stairs, slipping on the steps as we went. Maybe the trapdoor is closed up there. Maybe that is why it is so dark. To get out of this darkness, to return once again to the deadly light of the Chamber of Mirrors. We reached the top of the staircase, and no, the trapdoor was not closed, but it was as dark in the Chamber of Mirrors now as the cellar we had just left. We left the cellar completely, dragging ourselves along the floor of the torture chamber, the floor that separates us from the powder magazine. But what time is it?
What is the time? What is the time?
Is it tomorrow evening at 11 o'clock?
Christine! Christine!
Eric! Remember that I saved your life?
Christine!
But nothing answers back. Nothing but our own despair, our own madness. What time is it? Is it tomorrow night? Is it 11 o'clock?
No, I don't think so. It hasn't been more than 24 hours.
How can we be sure? Down here time is meaningless. But we were incapable of reasoning. If we could only see the face of a watch. My watch had stopped a long time ago, but Monsieur de Chagny's watch was still running. He told me that he wound it while he was dressing for the evening before coming to the opera. We tried to draw some conclusion from this fact, which gave us hope that we have not yet reached the fatal hour. The slightest noise that came from the trapdoor, which I tried in vain to close, sent us back into the most excruciating distress. What time is it? We did not have a match on us, and yet we needed to know.
I will break the glass on my pocket watch. That way I can try and feel the hands with my fingers, and perhaps I can tell what time it is.
A silence during which he felt and questioned the hands with his fingertips. He used the watch ring as a reference point.
It may be exactly 11 o'clock.
But which 11 o'clock? The one that makes us shudder. Or maybe it has already passed. It may be the other 11 o'clock, and we'd still have at least 12 hours ahead of us. Then, all of a sudden, I thought I heard footsteps in the room next door. Silence. I was not mistaken. I heard the sound of doors, followed by hurried steps.
Raoul!
Mademoiselle?
Christine!
I wasn't sure. I would find you both still alive.
The sound of your voice has revived us, Christine.
Are you all right, mademoiselle?
The monster, has been nothing but terrible. You see, he is delirious, and all he did was ran and rave and plead at my feet, waiting for me to answer, yes. I couldn't. I did promise him that I would say yes if he would take me to the torture chamber and open it. Of course, he adamantly refused, and then he made atrocious threats, directed at all the members of the human race. Finally, after hours and hours of this hell, he just left suddenly, leaving me alone to reflect one last time.
Hours and hours?
What time is it? What time is it, Christine?
It is almost 11 o'clock. 5 minutes to 11.
But which 11 o'clock?
The 11 o'clock that will decide between life or death. He repeated that just as he was leaving. He is dreadful. He is crazed and raving deliriously. He tore off his mask, and his golden eyes sparked like flames, and he just laughs. He told me, laughing like a drunken demon.
5 minutes. I will leave you alone because of your well-known modesty. I do not want you to blush in front of me when you say yes like timid fiancés do.
What the devil? He thinks he understands how people act. I told you he was like a drunken demon. Raoul, are you in pain? Are you suffering?
I am better now that I hear your voice again.
Oh, he also said, while he pulled from the little bag of life and death.
Look. Look. Here is the little bronze key that opens the little ebony boxes that are on the mantel in the Louis Philippe room. They sit between my jade fox statues. In the middle is a mantel clock. In one of these boxes you will find a scorpion, and in the other a grasshopper. These creatures are a very good likeness in Japanese bronze. They are creatures that will say yes or no for you. In other words, you only have to turn the scorpion on its pivot in the opposite direction to the position you will find it in. That will mean yes to me when I return to the Louis Philippe room. And it will become our engagement room, yes! The grasshopper, should you choose to turn it, will mean no. And when I return to the Louis Philippe room, it will become our death chamber.
Please, let me have the key to the torture chamber. I promise to be your wife forever, if you would only grant me that favor. I promise. I won't try to kill myself anymore. I will consent to be your wife, but only free them first. Please, if you love me. Please, Eric.
We have no further use for that key, my dear.
And besides, I was planning on throwing it into the lake anyway.
I will give you 5 minutes in which to get ready. I am well aware of everything that a gentleman should do with respect to the modesty of a lady. The grasshopper! Beware the grasshopper! It does not just turn.
For a grasshopper jumps.
It jumps.
And it jumps quite nicely indeed!
Christine, during those 24 hours, must have sank to the depth of human suffering, and perhaps she may have suffered more than we had.
Why is this wall now cold? It was hot before. Why had it been so hot?
We had no time to explain, for the 5 minutes were quickly slipping away from us. The scorpion and the grasshopper had not been turned yet. They were scratching with all their legs inside my poor brain. I had, however, retained enough lucidity to understand that if the grasshopper was turned, the grasshopper would jump, and along with it, many members of the human race. There was no doubt that the grasshopper was connected to some electric current, set to blow up the powder kegs.
Christine, listen to me. This is a terrible and formidable situation we and the entire opera now find ourselves in. But you must turn the scorpion at once.
He is right, mademoiselle, for the scorpion corresponds to the yes that Eric so desperately desires. This might be enough to prevent a disaster from happening.
Go. Go now, Christine, my dearest. You must turn the scorpion, for everyone's life depends upon it being turned.
There was a long silence. Christine, where are you?
By the scorpion.
Do not touch it. A thought had just occurred to me, mademoiselle. As I know my Eric well, the monster might have tricked you yet again. Perhaps it is the scorpion that was set to blow everything up. It has been a while, since 5 minutes has passed, and he has not come back. Did he take cover somewhere?
He cannot think, in all honesty, that Christine would ever consent to be his willing prey. But why has he not come back yet?
Don't touch the scorpion, Christine. Let us think for a minute.
Silence. It is him. I hear him coming. Too late. He is here.
And then another dreadful silence. But this silence was more frightening than all the other frightening silences before it. I knew Eric well enough that when he used that peaceful, calm, and weary voice, it was because he had had enough. It is true he was capable of the most colossal crime or the most frenzied devotion, and that one unpleasant word in his ear could unleash a hurricane. Monsieur de Chagny, he understood that there was nothing left to do but pray, and on his knees, he prayed. My blood was pounding so hard in my veins that I had to grasp my heart in my hand, for fear it would burst. It was because we frightfully anticipated what was happening in those crucial seconds within Christine Daae's panic-stricken mind. Eric, it is me. Do you recognize me?
So, you are still alive in there, are you? Well, in that case, be a good fellow and shut the fuck up!
I, of course, wanted to interrupt him again, but he suddenly spoke so coldly to me that I froze behind the wall.
Not another word, Daroga, or I will blow it all up. That honor belongs to Mademoiselle, and Mademoiselle alone. But Mademoiselle did not touch the scorpion, nor did Mademoiselle touch the grasshopper. But it is not too late to do the right thing. Here, look, I can open them without a key. Because I am the master of the trapdoors, and I can open and close anything I want when I want. I open the little ebony boxes, look inside, Mademoiselle, in the little ebony boxes. Look at the pretty little creatures. They are a very good likeness, no, and how harmless they look. For appearances can be deceiving. As they say, the habit does not make the monk, eh?
If you turn the grasshopper, mademoiselle, then we all jump. There's enough gunpowder under our feet to blow up a quarter of Paris. If you turn the scorpion, all the gunpowder is submerged in water. On the occasion of our wedding, mademoiselle, you will give a very nice present to a few hundred Parisians who are applauding at this very moment a very poor masterpiece by Meyerbeer. You will give them the gift of life because, mademoiselle, you are going with your pretty hands to turn the scorpion. And then merry, merry, we shall marry. And joyful, joyful, we shall marry. If within 2 minutes, mademoiselle, you have not turned the scorpion, I have a watch that works quite well and keeps perfect time. I will then turn the grasshopper for you, and remember the grasshopper, it jumps quite nicely indeed. Your 2 minutes are up. Adieu, mademoiselle. The grasshopper shall jump.
Eric?
Christine must have rushed to grab the monster's hand just in time.
Do you swear to me, monster? Swear to me on your infernal love that it is indeed the scorpion. That is the one that must be turned.
Yes, to jump to our wedding.
Ah, you see, you said jump.
To our wedding. Innocent child, the scorpion opens the ball. But I have said enough. You do not want the scorpion. Then I shall turn the grasshopper for you.
Eric, please.
Enough!
Eric! Eric! I have turned the scorpion!
Oh, that dreadful second we lived through, waiting for us to be nothing but dust amidst torrents of thundering rubble. Then we felt something burst beneath our feet.
What was that?
Something that could be the beginning of the climax of terror. For through the open trapdoor in the darkness, that black gaping mouth in the blackest night, came an unsettling hiss, like the sound of a fuse being lit. At first very slight, then it grew louder, and then very loud. We listened, while holding our heart with both hands, ready to jump, with many members of the human race. That is not the hissing of fire. Does it not sound like hissing of water? To the trap! Listen! Listen!
Is that gurgling?
Gurgling? To the trap! To the trap!
What is this? It's cold!
Raoul was right. It was cold. All our thirst suddenly vanished when our terror returned, and returned even stronger, with the sound of rushing water.
Water! It's water!
Water is rising. It rose into the cellar above the barrels, all the barrels of gunpowder soaking everything. We leaned down towards the water with scorched throats. The water started to rise, to our chins, to our mouths, and we drank. At the bottom of the cellar we drank, right from the wine cellar floor. We ascended the staircase in complete darkness, step by step, the same staircase we had descended to reach the water. Now it felt like we were climbing with the water. What a waste of gunpowder soaked in this deluge. No shortage of water for sure. If this continues much longer, the entire lake will flood the cellar. In truth, we had no idea when or if it would stop. We were out of the wine cellar, and still the water rose. It spilled onto the floor of the torture chamber, a relentless tide. The hallucinations faded, but the panic remained. Water surged around us, threatening to drown all hope.
This continues. The whole house on the lake will be flooded.
The chamber of mirrors was turning into a small lake, water splashing around our feet.
There's too much water already. Eric needs to turn off the tap. Eric, the water has reached the gunpowder. Turn the tap. Shut off the scorpion.
But Eric did not respond. All we could hear was the sound of the rising water, which was now halfway up our legs. Christine did not answer either. We could hear nothing. There was no one in the next room. No one to turn off the tap. And no one to turn the scorpion. In the dark, the black water kept engulfing us. It just kept rising, chilling us to the bone. And then we lost our footing. And were wading in the water, carried away in an irresistible swirling motion. For the water was rotating with us, and we were colliding into the black mirrors that pushed us back. And our cries rose above the roaring whirlpool.
Help! Help! Christine! Christine! Are we going to die here, monsieur? Drowned in the torture chamber.
I've never seen this before. During the bloody hours of Mazandaran, Eric never showed me this through the little invisible window.
Eric, I saved your life. Remember? Death. To death. You were going to die. And I opened the door.
Oh! You were spinning around in the water like a wreckage.
Suddenly, I seized the trunk of the iron tree with my desperate hands.
Monsieur the Shadow, quick!
And there we were, both hanging on the branch of the iron tree.
Do you remember how much space there is between the branch of the iron tree and the domed ceiling? Try to remember after all the water may stop. It will surely find its level eventually. Wait, it seems to be stopping. Swim!
Our swimming arms became entangled.
We were choking!
We were thrashing in the black water. We were already having trouble breathing the black air above the black water. The leaking air, which we heard escaping above our heads through some ventilation system.
Oh, let us spin until we find the air vent. We can put our mouths to it, but my strength is failing me. I'm trying to hold on to the wall. Oh, how slippery the mirror walls are to my struggling fingers.
We spun around again. We started to sink. One last attempt. One last cry.
Eric! Help!
But as we completely lost consciousness, we distinctly heard between two gulps of air.
To be continued.